Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for stopping by again for our ongoing live coverage of the war in the Middle East. We have a lot of breaking stories to go over this evening. I'm going to be getting you guys all caught up on everything that's been going on over the weekend, especially what's been going on here over the past 12 to 24 hours or so. We're going to start tonight with our breaking stories. I'll get right into those in just a few moments here. After we go through our breaking stories, we'll be going through our deep dive here on X, and we'll also be looking at a couple other things this evening. I have our live feeds coming out of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. We have Beirut. We have another Tel Aviv cam, and another Beirut cam this evening as well. So about 5 feeds that we're getting in live from the Middle East. I have a couple others on the back burner as well from across the Gulf nations in case we need to take a look at those at some point as well. Let me know if I'm coming in loud and clear tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I adjusted the microphone settings from the last stream there. I know we had a little hiccup with the microphone last time, but I should be coming in loud and clear to you now. If you're just joining us, if you could, hit the like button down below the stream. Again, it helps get the algorithm's attention so we can get this live stream, get this reporting out to more people. Rando Krieger, good to see you. Good to see you. Says, good evening, sir. Already got Flight Radar 24 up and looking for anything weird for you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And he says, speaking of the devil, 3 tankers taking off from Tel Aviv at the moment also. I hear you 5x5. Good. Awesome. Good stuff. I was just looking at the Flight Radar and the ADS-B traffic a second ago here, and I did see those tankers here taking off from Tel Aviv. We got a couple of them there. We have quite a few transiting across the region as well. All of these NA call signs you see here, all these non-applicable call signs you see are those Stratotankers, with the exception of this, I believe. Yep, this is the P8A Poseidon that's been running holding patterns here, just off the coast here, just onto the coast here off the Persian Gulf. But yeah, we'll be taking a look at the aircraft traffic this evening, as always. Uranus, good to see you. Half Mad, good to see you. Rakasan, good to see you tuning in. Ill-Minded says, Twitch tonight? Yes. We should be broadcasting over on Twitch at the moment. Give me 1 second here. I want to make sure that is up and running for you guys. It should be. Let me double check. No, it looks to seem like Twitch went down, which is not good. It says an error occurred with Twitch. Give me 1 second here, see if I can get that up and running. Yeah, once again, said Twitch had an error. It was up for a second there. I'll see if I can get it up and running for you guys. Trap, good to see you. Digit, good to see you. Andy Haynes, good to see you. Yeah, I'm working through a little bit of an issue here with Twitch this evening. It was up for a second, and then it seems like it went kaputs on us. Let me see if I can get that figured out for you guys here. But yeah, we'll be going through. We'll be getting everybody caught up on what's been going on here in just a few minutes. Again, I'm kind of getting things set up here in the background. Yeah, looks like Twitch is having some issues this evening, taking in our broadcast, unfortunately. So we might end up just going full YouTube this evening, unfortunately. Unless I could somehow magically figure this one out. Yeah, I mean, it's giving me a hard error from Twitch. It just says an error occurred. Please try again later. For Twitch, unfortunately. Again, as I said, it was up for a second there. And then it seems to have gone down. They might be having some issues. Possibly our restreaming platform might also be having some issues as well. But at least we are live here on YouTube. Suze, good to see you. Epi, good to see you. D. Haworth, good to see you. Says, I've been enjoying the 24/7 streams. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, we have those back up and running, both for Ukraine and Iran. The camera streams, we have those separate camera streams as well that have kind of been up and down sporadically as I've had to make changes to those. I'll probably have those back up later this evening as well. But we do have the two war monitoring streams, the two open source intelligence 24/7 streams going for both the Ukraine war and the Iran war. Those are going, those are up live 24/7 again for the foreseeable future. Again, we have a lot of big headlines to cover this evening. We got a lot of news. A lot of news to go over. I'm going to be going through the main headlines first, then we'll hop over to our X feed, go through the past 12 hours of news. We'll also be taking a look at our live UA maps for both Israel and Iran. We'll be taking a look at some of the other mapping that I have as well as some other open source intelligence tools. We'll be keeping an eye on the skies, tracking aircraft this evening as well.
Alarm, Manara, Margaliot.
We actually had just had an alarm come in, an air raid alert here in Israel. Looks like it's in, the north of the country here. So we have this up and running as well tonight. So whenever we get any alarms, we'll be able to see those, and we'll be alerted of that when they come in. Yeah, again, big apologies to those that usually tune in on Twitch. Again, Twitch seems to be having a issue this evening, taking in our feed from our restreaming platform. As I said, it was up there for a second, but now is not working. I'm getting an error both on Twitch and on Restream. Again, just they're saying it's a technical issue and to try again later. So unfortunate. The only Angie, good to see you, asks cams. Yes, we have cams coming out of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. We have Beirut. We have another Tel Aviv cam, and another Beirut cam. So quite a few cameras coming in this evening. I also have a few out of the Gulf nations as well. If anything happens there, we can try to pull up from those. In our secondary feeds, same cameras for the secondary feeds here. I'm getting those updated for you guys right now. Yeah, same feeds for the secondaries there. Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, hit the like button real quick before we get into tonight's reporting. We're going to start with our breaking headlines this evening first, as I said, and then we'll be jumping into, again, the kind of 12-hour rundown of everything that's happened. Got a bunch of video footage to show you guys tonight, a bunch of imagery to show you this evening that we've gotten out of... we've gotten out of the Middle East over the past couple days here. And of course, we'll be taking a look at some of the individual strikes that have occurred across the region over the past 12 to 24 hours, maybe reaching back into the 48-hour period. As always, before we begin, if you would like to join the network, there's a link in the description below to our Discord server. Highly recommend you join that. Also, follow us on X. That's x.com/Nemico Network. That's where you can, again, kind of follow along with some of the reports. When we jump over into X, you'll be able to follow along and take a look at some of those reports that we go over as we cover the last 12 hours there of news. As always, this is a community effort, so while we are streaming this evening, if you see anything that we have not gotten to yet, let us know in the live chat or drop it in the Discord server. preferably in the Situation Room or one of the other relevant channels that are over there in the Discord server. Again, we have many channels over there on the server, and if it's something, aircraft related in the Middle East, drop it in that channel. If it's just like a report or a post you've seen, maybe drop it in the Situation Room. Again, try to put that data, whatever you're trying to get over to us, put it in the relevant channel over there, and then again I'll bring those up on screen here as we go through tonight's broadcast. Harlan says, are those new strobes on the building right in the middle bright? Talking about here in Beirut? Yes. I'm not sure if they're new, but we are pointing kind of a new direction here. They've shifted the camera angle, I believe, more to the north here in Beirut. So yeah, definitely a new angle for us. All right, so without further ado, we're going to get right into our main headlines. I'm trying to see here if I can get Twitch. No, yeah. We'll try maybe a little bit later, but again, Twitch still seems like it is unfortunately down at the moment because we're not able to get our stream out to Twitch, unfortunately, this evening. Yeah, for those that don't know, we do usually dual stream both to Twitch and YouTube. I will push the feed out to X, though. If some of you maybe want to follow along on X, you can do the same. And then maybe just, if you want a live chat, because I don't think X has a live chat. But if you want to, you can join in the live chat on YouTube and watch over on X if you want to do it that way. And maybe we'll try to get Twitch back up and running later. But for right now, we're live on YouTube and we are live on X as well. I just put the stream up here on X. So you can check us out on both platforms. And I'll pin this real quick. Pin that at the top for you guys there. All right, so first up this evening, I'm going to go through our main headlines here. And we're going to get you guys kind of all filled in on what's going on. Kind of for the main stories here. All right, okay. So, to start this off, again, our primary headlines. For those who's tuning in, you're watching Nemico Network, again, with our ongoing open source intelligence reporting from the situation in the Middle East here, on the situation that is ongoing in the Middle East. Today is Sunday, March 22nd, 2026. We are on day 23 of Operation Epic Fury, of this war, again, that has been ongoing there. Again, the fourth week of U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. And right now, again, we are watching kind of a countdown clock tick towards a decision that could define this decade. Again, probably one of the biggest developments in this war so far is the news that I'm bringing you this evening. Starting with, again, our primary headline. All right, last night, President Trump issued the most direct ultimatum of this entire war. On Truth Social, he wrote, quote, "If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first." And again, I've been talking about this on the past few weeks of reports here that it was my assessment that their next big escalation here would be striking power infrastructure and utility grid infrastructure across Iran. In that assessment, I wasn't just, talking about power grids, but all utility infrastructure. So we're talking, water, we're talking electricity, communications, all that sort of stuff. Up until now, most of that infrastructure has been left untouched. But again, this is signaling that could change here pretty soon. Pretty soon. Warlock, good to see you tuning in. Says, sitting at KFC, streaming in the parking lot. Right on. Right on. Billy, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Bobby says, Nemico, are we just starting or should I rewind? We are literally just starting. You are tuning in at the perfect moment. But again, to reiterate here, again, Trump is giving Iran this 48-hour ultimatum. And, if they don't reopen the strait, he says they're going to, again, obliterate Iran's power infrastructure. Again, that clock started Saturday night. The deadline expires Monday evening. UN Ambassador Waltz went on Fox News this morning and confirmed, he says, he, quote, will start by attacking and destroying one of Iran's largest power plants. Treasury Secretary Bessent said Trump will, quote, do whatever is necessary. Again, this is not a vague threat here. This is a named target category, again, with a ticking timer that we're looking at here. Iran's response came within hours of those statements given by President Trump. He said, and I quote, Iran said, and I quote here, the military declared the Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed indefinitely if any power plants are struck. Iran warned it will simultaneously target U.S. and Israeli energy infrastructure and desalination facilities across the Gulf. That's a big one. In direct retaliation if the U.S. does strike these power grid sites, this infrastructure here within Iran. Iranian president posted this statement here, quote, threats and terror only strengthen our unity. He said the strait is open to all except those who violate our soil. Iran's parliament speaker said, quote, Iran will abandon all restraint. Both sides are now pointing loaded weapons at each other's civilian infrastructure, I should say. Again, this is like a 48-hour window that could reshape this war entirely. So again, this is kind of going to be the main focus here over the next 24 hours. Again, that deadline expires tomorrow. Again, so we got to keep a close eye on this one. Bobby, thank you so much for the super chat there. Highly appreciate it. Also, for those that are just tuning in, again, we're just getting started on our main headlines here. But first, we do have a live chat poll going this evening in the YouTube live chat. Tonight's live chat poll question is, do you think that the U.S. will hit Iran's power grid if the strait is not reopened? If they don't meet that deadline, if Iran does not meet that deadline, do you think that the U.S. is going to follow through here and strike that power grid infrastructure? If you think so, again, vote yes over there in the poll. If you think not, vote no. Again, that live chat poll is going right now over in the YouTube live chat. We will end it off here later this evening and take a look at those results. But again, we only have about 12 to 24 hours here until this deadline ends. Again, so about Monday evening, give or take, possibly a little earlier than that is what we're looking at here. Again, a 48-hour window starting Saturday night, and again, it expires about Monday evening. So again, we are coming up on that pretty rapidly here. And tonight, there's been some really big movement here within Iran and the Middle East, and I'll be talking about that here shortly. But we've had a lot of reports of strikes in and around Tehran. We have some video footage that came out just moments before I went up with this live stream that I'll be showing you guys here as we get into that section of reporting later. So while that standoff was forming, Iran demonstrated last night exactly why Trump is this desperate, again, to issue this ultimatum here. Iranian ballistic missiles broke through Israel's air defenses, their air defense systems there, and made direct impacts on two southern Israeli cities, Dimona and Arad. Both cities are adjacent to the Negev Nuclear Research Center, Israel's main nuclear facility within their country. Again, this is the first time in this war that Iran has successfully penetrated Israel's air defenses near a nuclear site. Over 180 people were injured across both cities in these strikes. Again, the single largest casualty count from a single attack since the war began. Among the seriously wounded, a 4-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy. Footage from Arad shows large impact craters and destroyed residential buildings. Netanyahu called it, quote, a very difficult evening for Israel. Israel's ambassador to the U.S. confirmed to reporters today that there were a number of fatalities. The IAEA confirmed no radiation was detected at the Negev facility, but Director General Grossi issued an urgent warning saying, quote, maximum military restraint should be observed, in particular in the vicinity of nuclear facilities. We are one miscalculation away from a nuclear incident, he said, end quote. And why did Iran target Dimona specifically? It's because Natanz was struck. Again, the Shahid Ahmadi Roshan nuclear enrichment complex in Iran already hit in June 2025, back in that war, again back in June, and again weeks ago when this conflict began. Again, it was struck once more. So this is kind of like the retaliation here for us striking, for the U.S. or Israel, I should say, striking their nuclear facilities. Israel said it was, quote, not aware of the strike. The Pentagon declined to comment. Iran's judiciary said no radioactive leak occurred. Russia's foreign ministry warned of a, quote, real risk of catastrophic disaster throughout the Middle East. And, of course, the IAEA is currently investigating. But again, there's quite a few nuclear sites around Iran, and we have striked a few of them. The U.S. and Israel have struck quite a few of them, again, since this war began, or at least conducted strikes near and around them, I should say. Some of the sites, again, were struck directly, both by the U.S. and Israel. Next up here, we're going to go through the other major developments from the past 24 hours. Before I do that, again, the main bottom line up front here is, we're in this 48-hour ultimatum here, again, expiring tomorrow night. If Iran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz, then again, the U.S. is going to strike and obliterate all of Iran's power infrastructure and utility infrastructure there. And again, it remains to be seen, how that unfolds. It's kind of, what we're going to be primarily focusing on here over the next 12 to 24 hours is how this part of the war, this new phase in the war, again, kind of unfolds. Also, again, some of these nuclear facilities have already been struck, again, both in Israel and in Iran. That's also something that we should definitely be keeping a close eye on as well. But again, let's go through the other major developments from the last 24 hours. Iran fired intermediate range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, the joint U.S.-British military base in the Indian Ocean, which is down here for those that don't know. If maybe I can, hold on, can we find it? It's a very tiny island. I don't think it's down that far. I think it's somewhere. Is this Diego? No, that is not Diego Garcia. We're off to the west too much. That's not it. Yeah, it's hidden down here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it without having to bring it up manually here. We should actually have a marker on it for, no, we're too far south now. We should have a marker on it since, again, it was hit. Come on, where's Diego Garcia? Here we go. That's it right there. Hold on, give me 1 second here. Let me change that over. Yeah, here we go. Here's Diego Garcia. Again, in the Indian Ocean. But again, they fired intermediate range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia. So if you look here where Diego Garcia is, kind of hold my mouse there. Again, pretty far from Iran. Again, this is the farthest Iranian strike in the history of the Islamic Republic, actually. More than 3,000 miles from Tehran. I believe it's like 3,800 if I'm not mistaken. So almost 4,000 miles from Tehran. Again, the UK confirmed the attack was unsuccessful. Whether Iran fired these or a proxy acted, again, the strategic signal is pretty clear here. Iran is demonstrating long-range strike capability towards American assets far beyond the Middle Eastern theater. And, of course, Europe is watching. The Indo-Pacific is also watching here. Again, everybody's kind of keeping their eyes on this. This is kind of a major development here because, again, it's the farthest strike that they have conducted. CENTCOM Admiral Brad Cooper provided a war assessment Saturday morning. He said the U.S. forces have struck over 8,000 targets in 3 weeks, including destroying 130 Iranian naval vessels. He called it, quote, the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. He assessed Iran has lost a significant combat capability and can no longer sustain the high-tempo missile barrages of the early war. But, this is a pretty important point here. Iran still fired 8 waves of missiles at Israel in a single day Saturday, and has fired quite a few today as well. So again, to reiterate, they're degraded. Just because they say they're degraded does not mean it has stopped completely. Again, they are still clearly firing missiles and drones at this time. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm just going through some of the stuff I got coming my way here. Okay, so next up, Saudi Arabia took a significant diplomatic step today, expelling 5 Iranian diplomats, including the military attaché, giving them 24 hours to leave. That follows ongoing Iranian ballistic missile strikes on Saudi soil, including missiles aimed at Riyadh over the weekend. There were strikes both Friday and Saturday aimed at Riyadh. Egypt's president and Saudi crown prince both publicly condemned Iranian escalation against Gulf states. Meanwhile, Turkey's foreign minister, speaking at an emergency Arab-Muslim summit in Riyadh, warned that Gulf states may be forced to militarily retaliate against Iran. That threshold has not yet been crossed, but again, it's being discussed openly, and I've talked about this over the past few reports here. I've been talking about this since week 1 of this war, actually, that is a very big possibility here, that some of these other Gulf nations and some other nations in the region get more involved here in offensive strikes on Iran. So again, that remains to be seen how that is going to develop. But earlier this week, Iranian drones struck Kuwait's Mina al-Ahmadi refinery, one of the largest refining facilities in the Middle East, processing approximately 730,000 barrels per day of oil. Fires broke out there at that facility. Jordan separately confirmed 240 missiles and drones have been fired at Jordanian territory since 28 February. So again, these Gulf nations are still, again, getting struck pretty often here by Iran, by Iranian missiles and drones. Krieger says a Globemaster 3 call sign quadruple X popped up not long ago. I'll have to take a look at that here shortly. Perk Angel says, how is the power grid a higher target than killing their leader? They're doing things backwards here. Well, so here's the thing. I mean, of course, their leaders are #1 target, right? However, some of those leaders are hard to get at. Some of them are in hardened facilities, bunkers throughout Iran, being shuffled around to different locations. And so, it requires, a certain degree of intelligence gathering to pinpoint where they're at, and then timing to conduct strikes, and hope that they're not in certain hardened targets or in certain locations. Also, the U.S. doesn't even know where Mujtaba is right now. Again, he's the newly elected supreme leader. We are tracking other I shouldn't say supreme leader, but other IRGC commanders where they are located throughout the country. The U.S. does have intel on the locations of where some of these other military leaders are, and they are, actively, I should say, hunting them down, right, and conducting strikes on those targets. Mojtaba has been kind of a ghost. There's rumors that he is possibly in Russia, that he's been there since, day 1 or 2 of the war. He was, basically secretly shuffled away to Russia to receive medical treatment for an injury that he possibly sustained here in Iran during those opening hours of the conflict when his father Ali Khamenei was killed in those initial strikes. That again is still kind of up for debate here. They're still trying to figure out where exactly he is. That is a primary target though. However, let's say you can't kill all of the commanders, right? Let's say you kill all the ones that are currently in power. There's a dozen more to take their place, right? by hitting the power infrastructure across the country, by hitting the utility grid, you're putting an immense amount of pressure on Iran. But the other key thing to keep in mind here is you're going to put pressure on the people of Iran, and it will, again, they may be more likely to rise up and, again, kind of overthrow the IRGC. And I think that's kind of the idea that the U.S. has going here. But again, yeah, leadership is definitely number one target for sure at this moment. At least for the next 12 to 24 hours here until this ultimatum comes to a close, in which case, again, they will, from all accounts, from all analysis here, start striking that power grid and utility grid infrastructure across Iran. But again, it remains to be seen how that's going to play out. Okay, so next up here, on the diplomatic and strategic front here, 23 nations signed a joint statement condemning Iran's de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The UK confirmed it has allowed the US to use British military bases to conduct strikes on Iranian missile sites. We already know that. Again, they've been using RAF Fairford in England. They've been operating out of Cyprus. They've been operating out of quite a few bases in the region, British bases. Not just in the region, but in Europe as well. A significant commitment Britain had previously been publicly coy about, but now they're kind of being more open on it, which is kind of interesting. An Axios report confirmed Washington is actively considering physically seizing or blockading Karg Island. And again, I talked about this a little bit here today in the video that I put up on the channel. Highly recommend you guys go check that out. I just published that video before this stream went live. It talks about kind of the possibilities of U.S. boots on the ground. I've been working on that video for a little while now. Highly recommend you guys go and check that out. If one of the mods maybe wants to drop a link to that in the live chat, or after the stream is done tonight, you guys can go and watch that as well. But highly recommend you go and check that out. But again, Washington is actively considering physically seizing or blockading Karg Island. That's this island here. 90% of Iran's oil goes through this island. So this is a huge target. Huge target. Again, it's Iran's main oil terminal. As I talked about in that video today, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and the USS Tripoli are still en route to the region. Those Marines are still coming at this time. Again, it's going to take them a little while here. They're currently transiting down through the South Pacific, and they got to come up here into the region here. It's going to be possibly late March here, early April before they arrive in theater. Raksan, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Raksan just dropped a link to that video if you guys want to go check that out. Hit the like button on the video too if you can. Again, if you guys enjoyed that analysis, again, put some good work into that one. But again, there's quite a few possibilities for what those Marines will be used for. I go over that in the video. But again, a lot of talk right now about Karg Island. One final contradiction worth noting here. Trump has simultaneously been floating the idea of winding down the war, saying other nations will need to, kind of like police the Strait of Hormuz here. But, in a kind of contradictory fashion here, Israel told CNN strikes will, quote, increase significantly this week. And a senior Iranian source told reporters today that Tehran doesn't believe the wind-down talk, again, coming out of the White House, and I quote, for a second. The 48-hour ultimatum on power plants in Iran's counter threat of total Hormuz closure are not, posture of two sides winding down. Again, they're kind of like the posture of two sides that are about to escalate again. So, again, that's kind of the key thing that we're watching for over the next 24 hours here or so, 12 to 24 hours, is in what direction this goes. Because it very well could go downhill pretty quickly. Sean DeRichman says a U.S. Navy Boeing P-8A Poseidon flying laps just south of Kuwait over land would expect them over water. I don't know how many submarines are buried in the sand. Yeah, I was watching that P-8 Poseidon earlier. In fact, I can bring up the flight radar and show you guys here. This is it currently. I do believe the P-8 does have some ability, even though it's holding over land. I believe it can detect some submarines, maybe along the coastline. However, I'm not 100% sure on that. I do believe they have a little bit, especially depending on what altitude they're on, which here it says they're at about 27,000 feet. So if they are up that high, I mean, I believe there should be some overlap here in their sensing capability over the Persian Gulf. However, again, not 100% an expert on the P-8A side and in their sensing capabilities here. But from what I do know, I do believe there is some overlap there. We also got another, what is this, a stratotanker, again, coming straight across the Gulf at the moment. There's quite a few of them up in the air at the moment. Quite a few here over near Israel and Jordan as well right now. And then, of course, Cyprus the British have their KC-2 Voyager hanging out across, off the coast of Cyprus at the moment. Suicide Jockey says, I read they were updated with electronics to do it over land. Yeah, from what I gather, I'm pretty sure they can hover like off, like around the coast and still be able to penetrate and get some sensing capability in the waters here off the coast, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so next up, again, that is kind of our, our Nemico open source intelligence primary headline brief here. Again, day 23. That clock is running down as I speak to you, as I bring you guys this broadcast here. Demona was hit. Natanz was hit again. Diego Garcia was targeted. Not successfully, I should add. Trump has given Iran 48 hours to open that strait, or he takes out their power grid. Again, that's that next major escalation that we are looking at here. Iran says the strait will be permanently closed if he does. They've also said they're going to strike some of the U.S., not only U.S., but these Gulf nations, they're going to start striking some of their utility infrastructure as well, desalination plants, power grids, etc., in retaliation. So I do believe here, guys, we are kind of in the most dangerous window of this war so far that we have seen. So, again, stay locked in. We're going to hop into our open source intelligence feed here on X. That's x.com/Nemico Network, in case you didn't know. Go follow us over there. We're going to be starting at the 12-hour mark and then moving our way back in time to get you guys all updated on everything that has been going on over the past 12 hours. I've actually been streaming for almost an hour now, so it's actually 13 hours that we're starting at here. Give me 1 second here, guys. Yeah, for those that don't know, unfortunately, we are not streaming tonight on Twitch. The Twitch is having some issues. I am currently streaming over on X. If you're watching on X, stand by here, because I'm toggling that stream off on X just so I can try Twitch one more time. Oh, wow, it's not even... Let's see. Let's see if it works this time. Nope, didn't work. All right, X is going back up. Yeah, hopefully for tomorrow's stream, we'll be back up and running on X. Definitely planning to do a stream tomorrow, for sure. Again, to cover kind of this ultimatum here and what ends up happening. But yeah, for those wondering, we're streaming on X and YouTube this evening. I guess Twitch is down and not giving us... It's giving us a hard time, to say the least, so... All right. Yeah, about 30... we're less than 36 hours left, actually. We're like 24 hours left in this ultimatum, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we are pretty close to, again, that deadline here. All right, starting here on X. Again, this was a video that was back on March 21st. It was the Iranian foreign minister basically saying that they didn't have missiles with a range over 2,000 kilometers. We now know that that was a lie because they hit Diego Garcia. They hit Diego Garcia down here in the Indian Ocean, all right? Which, again, about 3,800 kilometers from Iran. Well, let's go ahead and listen to this video. Again, this is the Iranian foreign minister. Just about a day... about a day or two ago.
Mr. Arachi, if I may, we heard from the president first in his State of the Union address that took place on Tuesday and again this morning in recorded remarks that I'm sure you've heard. The president said, among other things, that Iran has been building missiles that, in his words, could soon reach the American homeland. So as it relates to Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, does Iran now have the capability to reach the U.S. homeland? How far removed is it from that capability?
No, we don't have.
Yeah, so just to be clear, they did not hit Diego Garcia. They attempted to strike Diego Garcia. Those missiles were shot down. Again, they did not actually physically land a missile. They did not physically impact Diego Garcia. However, they did fire a missile in his direction, and it was intercepted before reaching Diego Garcia. Again, that was an intermediate range ballistic missile that they utilized there. Just to clarify on that.
That capability, we have intentionally kept the range of our missiles below 2,000 kilometers. So we don't have that capability, and we don't want to do that because we don't have any hostility against, the United States people and.
That is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. Also, Debetis asks, what's the point of hitting their power plants? Don't they already have rolling blackouts? The U.S. and Israel have left the majority of the Iranian power grid, not just power grid, I gotta keep reiterating this, but their utility infrastructure as a whole. So that includes things like desalination, water treatment plants, gas lines, things like power grid, all right, transformer substations, power generation facilities, that sort of stuff. They've left the majority of that stuff untouched. Communications, that's another big one. Communications infrastructure. That is, again, going to change potentially here with these strikes.
And, or Europeans or whatsoever. We have built that capability in order to defend ourselves against our enemies. And, our missiles proved to be the most reliable means of defense for us. So obviously we cannot compromise on our missiles because our security depends on them.
Bacolo, good to see you. Good to see you. Stink Floyd says they did not only not hit Diego Garcia, but Iran denied launching anyway. Yeah, that's another thing I should clarify on here is Iran has denied it. Of course, they denied when those missiles were intercepted over Turkey. They denied launching those as well, of course. Is it possible this was a Iranian proxy or some other actor here? Possibly. Those missiles were detected launching from Iranian territory, though. That is something to keep in mind. It's my assessment that it was most likely Iran. Cape Cast asks, also, Iran is threatening to cut the underwater fiber lines. I've heard rumors of that, but I haven't heard any concrete information on that. I don't even know if they'd have the capabilities to do that on a broader scale. They might be able to cut some of the underwater fiber lines in and around the Gulf region, maybe. That's a huge maybe. Again, I don't even know if they still have capability to even do that, especially with all of the U.S. naval power in that region right now. Yeah, that might be a bit difficult. Sean D. Richmond says, call sign NATO 29 flying circles around Batman again tonight in Turkey. Lucola asks, there's fiber lines in Persian Gulf? I'm pretty sure, yes. I'm pretty sure there are some underwater fiber lines in that region. Let me see here. Yeah, there is a pretty significant choke point there for those underwater fiber lines. Yeah, they connect the Gulf nations, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq to global backbones, global backbone infrastructure. So, yeah, there are. I'm trying to find a map here real quick, see if I can show you guys where some of those fiber lines are. Give me one moment here. See if I can bring that up. Here we go. This is a good graphic. So yeah, this shows where those underwater fiber lines are. So it is possible, again, that they could try to target some of the fiber lines in these areas here. But again, with all the U.S. naval firepower and air assets they have in there to conduct an operation like that, I'm not even sure if they would have the capability still to do that. And if they do, it would probably be pretty difficult. I mean, could they sever some of the lines that are going onto Iranian territory? Probably pretty easily, of course, right? But all that's going to do is kind of cut them off. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, though, for sure. Yeah, and as Digit says, they'd be harming themselves. You know what I mean? If they cut these lines, I mean, they not only would be knocking out the Gulf nations, but they would be knocking them offline as well. Because there's not too many going across the Caspian Sea. I'm looking at the fiber maps here, and there doesn't seem to be any connecting like across the Caspian Sea to any backbone cable channels over there. So this is like their primary infrastructure here for communications. Are these fiber lines that are heading into Iran, that are connecting Iran to the rest of the global fiber backbone, you could say. Next up here, 13 hours ago, Qatar's Ministry of Defense says a military transport helicopter crashed in its territorial waters early Sunday. Search and rescue operations have concluded the pilot, Captain Saeed Nasir Samik, was confirmed killed in that strike there, in that crash. An update, Turkey says a Turkish officer and 2 Turkish security company employees were killed in that Qatar helicopter crash alongside 4 Qatari soldiers. The ministry said the flight was for training purposes. Kipcast, yeah, I mean, I heard rumors that they were threatening to do that, but I haven't heard anything directly from Iranian government sources. So again, take that with a grain of salt, 100%. 13 hours ago, Gulf states issue a final warning to Iran, saying continued attacks on the region could force them to take countermeasures, officials say. Turkey's foreign minister, Hakan Fidan, confirmed the alert after a regional foreign ministry meeting with those Gulf nations. 13 hours ago, the IDF warns residents of southern Lebanon of an incoming strike on Qasima Bridge along the M51 coastal highway. Again, that was about 13 hours ago. You can see in this image here, the translated text here. It says, due to Hezbollah's activities and the transfer of terrorist operatives into southern Lebanon under the protection of the civilian population, the IDF is compelled to conduct a broad and precise targeting of Hezbollah's terrorist activities. Accordingly, and to prevent the transfer of reinforcements and combat equipment, the IDF intends to attack the Qasima Bridge. Again, that's the coastal highway bridge in that area. And it's that same post there when it was breaking. 13 hours ago, Iranian air defenses engaged an F-15 near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 missiles reportedly missed, prompting the jet to deploy flares. And this comes after the Iranians were able to get a missile on target on a U.S. F-35. They did not down that aircraft. It was able to limp back to an air base and land safely with some moderate damage. But again, that's the first time that the Iranians, again, have been confirmed hitting a U.S. aircraft since this war began. This footage here, again, put up about 13 hours ago here, again, shows them attempting the same thing here with an F-15 near the Strait of Hormuz. Again, 2 missiles reportedly missed, prompting the jet to deploy flares. Let's take a look at this footage here.
خورد اینجا خورد.
You can see it deploy those flares there at the end of the video. Too Tall, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. $13 ago, Ismail Saghei Esfahani, deputy to Iran's foreign minister, in response to Trump's 48-hour ultimatum on the Strait of Hormuz, said, quote, the next card in the game, namely the destruction of the most important parts of Israel's and America's electricity and water infrastructure in the region, will be targeted. So again, that was their retaliatory response there to Trump's 48-hour ultimatum. $13 ago, the UAE says its air defenses intercepted 4 ballistic missiles and 25 drones launched from Iran. That was 13 hours ago. 13 hours ago, Netanyahu, again, appeared on TV. This is from RT. Keep that in mind. Quote, we are paving the way for the Iranian people to rid themselves of this tyrant regime and hope to create an atmosphere that will lead to its fall. Again, I'm pretty sure the statement's made. We do have translation here, so I can go ahead and show you guys this video here. Again, from Netanyahu.
As I stated earlier, what we are doing is to pave the way for the Iranian people to rid themselves of this tyrant regime. We are hitting the foundation of the regime. This is all what we have to do. Apart from what we did, we hope that we will create the atmosphere that will lead to the fall of the regime. We reiterated that we will ruin and torpedo their nuclear and missile programs. As I stated.
There you have it. Again, those are those statements there from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. 13 hours ago, President Herzog visited the Iranian ballistic missile impact site in Arad. Netanyahu was also on the scene. 13 hours ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Iran's missile capability now assessed by Israel to potentially reach European cities. Again, this has kind of been the hot topic here the past 12 hours or so. Too Tall Tom says, Netanyahu AI. Don't worry, guys. I still have that video coming your way. I've been working on that one. That one should be released in the next few days here or so. Been doing some deep dive analysis on that situation. And what I have found is far more disturbing than, again, just the concept of an AI Netanyahu here. It goes a lot deeper. A lot deeper. Again, I can't wait to show you guys that video. It's coming in the next couple days here. 13 hours ago, Turkey's Ministry of Defense announced that a Turkish officer and 2 civilian employees of a Turkish security company were killed in a helicopter crash in Qatar, alongside 4 Qatari soldiers. The statement said the flight was for training purposes. Again, to reiterate on that post that I put out earlier. 12 hours ago, again, Netanyahu in another statement says here, quote, if you want proof that Iran endangers the entire world, the last 48 hours have given it. In the last 48 hours, Iran targeted a civilian area. Let's take a listen to this.
If you want proof that Iran endangers the entire world, the last 48 hours have given it. In the last 48 hours, Iran targeted a civilian area. They're doing that as a mass murder weapon. Luckily, no one was killed, but that's due to luck, not their intention. Their intention is to murder civilians. Second.
So people have been asking about the whole COVID thing, about like the masks that they wear. They simply wear these to conceal their identity. These are, you know, you can think about it like how in the States we have like a Secret Service. This is basically the equivalent of the Israeli Secret Service, right? These guys here that you see in the masks, again, they're just protecting their identities. That's kind of the main reason why they wear these masks, from what I've read. Again, they were seen in like the coffee shop videos and a few of the other videos that we've seen with Netanyahu here. The big analysis takeaway that I've seen from this, you know, from the intel community is that, again, they can basically conceal their identity.
They fired on Jerusalem right next to the holy sites of the 3 monotheistic faiths.
And it also looks a little bit more friendly than if they were just, you know, rocking balaclavas everywhere. You know, They'd rather wear these out in public. It looks a little less militaristic, if they're wearing just these medical masks and sunglasses. If you notice, they all wear shades and a medical mask, all of them.
The Western Wall, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And by dint of a miracle again, none of them were hurt. But they were targeting the holy sites of the three major monotheistic religions. Third, they fired an intercontinental ballistic missile on Diego Garcia. That's 4,000 kilometers. I've been warning all the time. They have now the capacity to reach deep into Europe. They already have fired on a European country, Cyprus. They are putting everyone in their sights. And fourth, they're stopping a maritime international route, energy route, and trying to blackmail the entire world. What more proof do you need that this regime that threatens the entire world has to be stopped? Israel and the United States are working together for the entire world. And it's time to see the leaders of the rest of the countries join up. I'm happy to say that I can see some of them beginning to move in that direction.
Real quick, guys, let me know in the live chat. Do you think this is AI? Let me know. Let me know.
But more is needed. President Trump's call to have the international community confront this terrorist fanatic regime of zealots, that is a call not only for the security of America and the security of Israel, it's for the security of the entire world. And it's time for them to act.
Sir, what will your response be to this attack on Israeli civilians?
We're responding with great force, but not on civilians. We're going after the regime. We're going after the IRGC, this criminal gang, and we're going after them personally, their leaders, their installations, their economic assets. We're going after them very strong.
What does victory look like in this campaign?
Well, we've defined two clear
Yeah, keep in mind he's being interviewed by a Fox News reporter.
goals. One is to break completely their nuclear program, break completely their missile program, break completely their capacity to produce.
Metula.
We just had another alarm come through for Metula in northern Israel at this moment. Again, most likely a attack by Hezbollah. We'll keep an eye on that here. I'm just taking a look here. Do we have our... Oh, it's set to silent. That's why we're not getting the alarm sound. We now have the alarm sound set, so we should get that in.
The components for both of these programs, we're well on our way on achieving it. We've also set a goal of creating conditions for the Iranian people to overthrow this tyranny that has tormented them and made life miserable and is making life miserable for the entire world. And I hope we achieve that too.
Overnight, President Trump said that if in 48 hours the Iranians don't open the Strait of Hormuz, that there will be strikes against the power grids in Iran. Will you participate in those strikes, and what do you think should happen next in this campaign?
I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whatever we do together, and as far as possible in confidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it. And they kind of showed some footage. What's going on here? Give me 1 second here, guys. Nope, Twitch still not working. I tried to see if I could get the Twitch stream back up. For those that were watching on X, I apologize. I toggled that off. My bad. I was checking to see if Twitch was going to allow us to get our stream pushed out to it, but it's still not working at this time. But again, there you have it. Those are those statements there from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. 13 hours ago, IRGC Ground Forces Commander Mohammed Karami has deployed to western Iran near the Kurdish provinces, warning that, quote, any action by aggressors will be met with a strong response. Again, the visit comes amid growing concerns over potential Kurdish involvement in the region. 13 hours ago, Iraqi militia's, quote, engineering corps mounted a rocket launcher in the trunk of a sedan. This is actually a first. This is a first for me. I mean, we've seen a lot of Toyota Hiluxes and stuff, but in the trunk of a sedan is a new one. Again, that is definitely thinking on your feet, for sure. For sure. I don't know. Have you guys seen this before? Have you guys seen any missile launchers in the again, a multiple rocket launch system here mounted in the trunk of a sedan? I don't think I've. This is a first. This is definitely a first for me. I wonder what type of vehicle it was. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. 13 hours ago, Germany is seeking a defense deal with Japan to simplify joint military operations on each other's territory. Defense Minister Boris Pistorius proposed a, quote, reciprocal access agreement during talks in Tokyo. That was coming from Politico earlier today. 12 hours ago at RAF Fairford, spotters watching a U.S. Air Force B-1 head out on an Iran strike mission. And you can see they got all their ladders out there, and again, it's mostly press here. Again, getting images of that B-1. Again, getting ready to head out on strike missions. Random Krieger says, Nemico Network, so Germany and Japan are getting the band back together, LOL. It would seem so. It would seem so. Some context here. The deal would allow troops from both countries to more easily train and operate on each other's soil. Japan already has similar agreements with the U.S., UK, and Australia. The move is part of Germany's push for stronger Indo-Pacific defense ties. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so 12 hours ago, EU foreign policy chief held a phone call with Iran's foreign minister today. An EU official announced. What came of it, nobody knows. Again, I think we do have a couple of reports up further in the feed in relation to that. 12 hours ago, Hezbollah claims targeted Israeli soldiers in Qiyam, southern Lebanon, with a rocket salvo. And that was, again, about 12 hours ago. So that was Hezbollah targeting IDF within Israel. Or sorry, within Lebanon, I should say. So, hold on, give me 1 second here. Let me zoom out. Let me zoom back in. So again, the IDF are operating in this area here that you see shaded in red and purple. All right. This is Lebanon. This is Lebanese territory right here. And so, again, those strikes occurred on IDF that are operating in here. So it's not like they were striking into Israel, which they are doing every day, multiple times a day. But what's interesting here is that they're striking IDF on their own territory, on Lebanese territory with a missile salvo. So kind of an interesting tidbit there. Okay, if you guys haven't already, vote in the live chat poll. It's in the YouTube live chat right now. Again, I want to get as many votes as I can, as we can end that off later in the stream, and we'll go over the results there. And Enigmatic, good to see you, says I had one of my comments go missing earlier as well. Here in the live chat, look at the logs. Doesn't look like anything has been removed so far this evening. But keep in mind, YouTube does occasionally, it'll auto-delete It'll auto-delete, live chats that it thinks are inappropriate. It has like an auto-mod system built in. I actually have it set to the minimum, to like the minimum function. In fact, actually, hold up, real quick. Give me 1 second here, real quick. Let me just double-check that. Make sure that is like fully off. Let me double-check here. Make sure that is fully off. Yes. Where is it? Yeah, it's currently set to basic. So there's 4 levels of that YouTube automatic moderation. There's none, basic, strict, and hold all. So basic, it holds potentially inappropriate comments. So it's like an automated system. So if it thinks it might be inappropriate, it'll hold it. Strict holds a broader range of potentially inappropriate comments, and then hold all will just hold all comments until they've been approved. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and set that to none. Let's see what happens. Let's see how many of the trolls and bots come out full swing in here with that set to none. Usually it's set to just basic, which usually just filters out, like, you'll have like those automated spam bots that will just spam random stuff, like links to shady websites and stuff. It usually filters that stuff out, but sometimes it can catch certain people's comments, inaccurately, thinking that they're inappropriate when they aren't really. Kevin says, "Are you live the whole night?" Well, we're going to see how far we get here. Again, we're working through our 12-hour kind of rewind here on X. We've been live now for about an hour and a half, give or take. I was originally planning to do about a 3 to 4 hour stream this evening, but we'll see. We'll see how far we get in. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me just checking a couple things here. Give me 1 second. Ill-minded, he's putting that one to the test for sure. Yeah, it's set to none now. Yeah. It is set to none. "12 hours ago, an update here. Dr. Dan Schwartzfutz from Sorka Medical Center says, quote, "We currently have 35 casualties hospitalized from last night. Several are still in intensive care, and 2 are in life-threatening condition." I believe that is in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, give me 1 second here. That was... Yeah, that's in Beersheba, Israel, just to clarify on that one, guys. Again, that came after those strikes that occurred there last night. Shandi Reachman says, "To be fair, some of my comments should be filtered." That's good self-awareness there. 12 hours ago, Iran has reportedly appointed a replacement for the intelligence minister, Ismail Khatib, who was eliminated by Israel. The successor's identity will be revealed soon. So again, we're keeping an eye out here for who they appoint, again, as replacement for that intelligence minister. Too Tall, thank you so much for the super chat there. Highly appreciate it. Again, thank you, man. Really appreciate the support. Again, guys, it goes a long way in helping me continue to bring this reporting to you guys. 12 hours ago, Hezbollah released a video claiming it targeted the Shayetet, 13 naval base at Lit south of Haifa. The video, however, shows nothing to back the claim, just launches and B-roll of rockets, as we've seen, again, from a lot of these Hezbollah and Iranian videos, especially the Hezbollah videos. They all seem to have, again, just a lot of B-roll footage. Latency Kills, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Highly appreciate you being here. Shiloh, good to see you. Yeah, as you can see on screen, in a lot of their videos, they recycle a lot of the footage, too. It's a lot of clips that they've used in other propaganda videos that they've put out. Why does it keep doing that? Get out of here. "12 hours ago, the IDF says it eliminated Abu Khalil al-Burjay. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that one correctly. Commander of Special Forces in Hezbollah's Radwan Force, along with 2 other operatives in the Majdal Selm area of southern Lebanon. That was about 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago, coming from the Institute of Study of War, Russian forces have likely begun their anticipated spring-summer 2026 offensive against the Ukrainian fortress belt there in Ukraine. 12 hours ago, an IRGC spokesman warns the UAE that if any aggression is launched from its territory toward the Iranian islands of Abu Musa and Greater Tumb in the Persian Gulf, Iran will put Ras al Haimah under direct and crushing strikes, it says. Again, another threat here coming from the IRGC. 12 hours ago, Turkey's Ministry of Defense has released the names and photos of Turkish soldiers killed in Qatar while confronting Iranian drones and missiles. Again, 3, again, were killed in strikes there. RXX, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. 12 hours ago, the IRGC claims its actions caused, quote, the collapse of the American Zionist multi-layered air defense network in West Asia, and, quote, confusion in CENTCOM Strategic Command, end quote, shifting the balance of war in Iran's favor. Again, that remains to be seen. That's some information about ICE and the government shutdown there. If you guys want to go read that, we have a couple of those posts here in the feed today. Over on our X, that's x.com/Nemico Network. Highly recommend you follow us over there. 12 hours ago, IDF released footage of the Air Force and 91st Division eliminating 9 Hezbollah operatives in southern Lebanon. You can see the footage here on screen that the IDF put out of them striking these, again, Hezbollah operatives here in southern Lebanon. Again, scenes from the TSA from today. Again, if you guys want to read more about that, it's over on our X feed. Again, in relation to that government shutdown affecting air travel here in the United States. 12 hours ago, Russia says the killing of Iranian leaders will not go without consequences. Kind of a spooky statement there coming from Russia. Again, here's that Abu Khalil character, again, that the IDF eliminated. Picture of him that was put out earlier today. 12 hours ago, the Israeli defense minister from the missile site in Arad says, quote, if this trend continues, we will ensure that Iran suffers a blow so severe that it sets it back decades. No doubt they have already issued that blow between the U.S. and Israeli strikes. Again, they no doubt have been set back quite a bit. 12 hours ago, from Israeli Channel 15, Qatar is trying to prevent escalation between Iran and the U.S., while Saudi Arabia and the UAE are asking Washington to continue the war. "12 hours ago, Trump, in a statement on his Truth Social, he says, now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democratic Party. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Again, pretty interesting statement there given out by the President of the United States earlier today. 12 hours ago, rocket and drone attack from Hezbollah, northern Israel right now. Again, this came 12 hours ago. Again, this is from Hezbollah, striking from Lebanon into northern Israel. Some footage here for the Joe Rogan podcast. If you guys want to look at that, you can go, and I won't make you guys suffer through that at the moment. But again, they're just taking a look at a clip of an RT crew, a Russia Today crew, getting hit in a strike. Latency kills. Thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Why does this keep popping up? This post keeps popping up for some reason. It really wants us to take a look at this post for some reason. Not sure what's going on with that. Latency kills. Thank you so much for the super chat. Highly, highly appreciate it. It says, go buy something nice at your local PX. I will do that. I will definitely do that, Latency. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Fortunately, I don't think $2 could buy anything at the PX. The PX is super, super expensive where I'm at. 12 hours ago, PM Netanyahu at the Dimona missile impact site. He says, quote, we can rebuild buildings, but we cannot bring back lives. once they are lost. I urge everyone to follow the Home Front Command's instructions. These are not mere guidelines. They are orders that save lives. Let's see if was this one translated?
אני פה בדימונה עם ראש העיר.
This one, unfortunately, was not translated. But that's the basic gist of it right there. Here's that post. It keeps popping up on screen every 5 minutes for some reason. Not sure exactly what's going on with X tonight. But, again, Lebanese army is evacuating its positions around the Qasama Bridge there in southern Lebanon. This is 12 hours ago. Again, they had announced that they were going to strike that bridge there. 12 hours ago, IDF's National Search and Rescue Unit deployed to all missile impact sites during Operation Lion's Roar, extracting trapped civilians and clearing destruction zones across Israel. Again, we've had quite a few people come into the chat over the past few weeks saying, there's no footage coming out of Israel of, the aftermath of strikes by Iran. That there was no proof that Iran was actually striking Israel. And, I mean, for any of you that have been watching my streams repeatedly, you can see clearly that there is evidence. We've seen nothing but footage and images coming out of Israel and Iran, for that matter, and other places in the Middle East. Again, kind of nonsense, some of those statements that I've seen. But, again, here you can clearly see, again, those rescue crews, again, working in and around impact sites. 12 hours ago, the IDF has begun a wave of extensive strikes targeting the infrastructure of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. They keep saying this. Every other day they put out this statement. They already started. They started 3 weeks ago. It's interesting that they keep saying begun a wave. The wave's already started. The waves are ongoing. Every day, every day. Again, they've been conducting strikes there. It's kind of redundant, they keep putting these posts out. I mean, every 12 hours I see a post like this coming out from the IDF. "12 hours ago here, the IRGC Major General says, quote, 'We will disrupt the enemy's calculations with new advanced weapons,' end quote, and, quote, 'create new wonders on the battlefield.'" Interesting statement. Southern Lebanon, 12 hours ago, non-stop hits on Hezbollah targets there. You can see in these images here on your screen. Again, strikes occurring across southern Lebanon here. "12 hours ago, 2 Iranian journalists documented commercial vessels at a standstill in the Strait of Hormuz. Engines shut down, waiting for clearance to proceed." I believe I might have shown part of this clip in that video. This was actually removed. I think the clip is in our feed still. Hopefully I'll get to it here shortly. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure I showed a clip from that video in today's video that I posted on the YouTube channel. Again, kind of briefly showing those 2 journalists in the strait. Again, showing those ships stranded there. Abu Khalil Burji was senior and a tough commander in Hezbollah's elite Radwan force. He has been eliminated by the IDF this morning. Interesting gear that they're utilizing here. Again, Hezbollah is, they're all about their multicam now, which is interesting. Guys talk about haircut prices at the PX. Yeah, I don't think we have any $10 haircuts here. It's all $20 plus. This is the video I was talking about. But first, 12 hours ago, Israeli Air Force says it has begun a new wave of strikes against Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon. Again, reiterate on that last post I read. Uranus says, "Gun guys, can you see through that scope without a riser?" Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, maybe I'd want a riser on it. I'm trying to identify what scope it is, actually. And this looks like some kind of like pack here that they got. You know, it doesn't look like the most efficient setup, but what's interesting, he's running a short barrel here with a scope like that. I mean, you're not going to be reaching out too far. I mean, you could. Interesting choice, though, for sure. Timu Army says half mad. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. So this is that video again from later today. Iran state media tried to show a maritime standstill in the Strait of Hormuz. The ship in the video is an empty and heavily rusted Iranian tanker that hasn't moved since last year, well before the new closure. Suspiciously, this is the only ship shown in the video. Let's take a look at the video.
کجاییم الان تاها؟
الان دقیقاً تو قلب تنگه هرمز قرار داریم.
چیه پشت سرمون؟
یه نفتکشیه که اینجا ایستاده و موتورش خاموش کرده تا تکلیفش برای عبور از تنگه مشخص بشه.
اون چیزی هم که ما اینجا دیدیم در همین محدوده تقریباً 40 تا از کشتی‌های تجاری هستن که باید ایران اجازه صادر کنه تا بتونن در واقع از تنگه هرمز عبور کنن. اینجا کجاست دوباره؟
قلب تنگه هرمز.
کجاییم الان تاها؟
Again, a rusted, shut down, empty tanker here that's been sitting there for a year, and they're using that as an example. 12 hours ago, we had, again, this footage of a strike that came pretty close to taking out this civilian here. See, it landed right there. I believe this was from a cluster munition. One of the bomblets from a cluster munition, if I'm not mistaken. There was a little bit of drama surrounding this post, though. It was kind of interesting. A major landslide occurred in Turkey earlier today along a roadway there. Injured the driver. Nobody was killed, though. Doompie, good to see you, Doompie. Good to see you. Yeah, not necessarily war related, but it was an interesting clip. Interesting clip. The UAE Ministry of Defense has announced that just today it has 25 one-way attack drones and 4 ballistic missiles, again, have been sent by Iran towards the UAE. That's just today. You can see those. This is the today's numbers. This is since the conflict began. It's about 345 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and 1,773 UAVs. Again, primarily those Shahed 136s. 12 hours ago, Hezbollah-affiliated media reports 2 Amal movement military commanders killed in clashes with the IDF in southern Lebanon. That was 12 hours ago. Also, 12 hours ago, in Iran, the Bandar Abbas port was under attack again at that time. "12 hours ago here, the Qatari Ministry of Defense has announced that the 7 crew members from the helicopter crash that went down yesterday have been recovered. Among the dead are 3 personnel from the Qatari Armed Forces and 2 from joint Turkish-Qatari Joint Force. Again, went down during routine duty there, was not shot down. This is those same statistics I showed you just a moment ago there. 12 hours ago, American and Israeli fighter jets struck Islamic Republic positions in Kanarak County, Sistan, and Balochistan province. Again, in Iran. Iranian state media, in a coordinated post across multiple accounts, said, quote, Iran's military says its doctrine has shifted from defensive to offensive. Okay. Again, we're going to have to wait to see how this next 24 to 48 hours here plays out. Very interesting stuff. Then 12 hours ago, we had another incoming ballistic missile attack detected for central Israel. You can see that on screen here. All those areas that were lit up during that air raid. during that attack. Kaltenberg, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. BPI 906, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, hit the like button down below the stream. Again, we're just going through our 12-hour kind of rewind here on X. Also, go ahead and vote in the live chat poll tonight. Again, we're trying to see how many votes we can get over there in the live chat poll, and then we'll end that off here at some point during the stream, and we'll take a look at those results. Again, tonight's live poll question is, do you think the U.S. will hit Iranian power grid infrastructure if the Strait is not reopened by the end of that deadline? Go ahead, drop your vote in that poll, and then we'll be taking a look at those results later in tonight's stream. 12 hours ago, head of the Iranian Red Crescent says 81,365 civilian structures damaged since the start of the war, 61,555 residential units, and 19,000 commercial units, again, have been damaged since the start of the war. 12 hours ago, reports of attacks on the IRGC Shaeb al-Zaman core base in Isfahan, Iran. And if I go over here to our map here, these are all the strikes that have occurred in Isfahan over the past 24 to 48 hours, reaching back into the 72-hour period here. There are some that are not logged on this map currently. Let me see here. Get that out of the way. And let's take a look at this video here of those strikes that were occurring, again, 12 hours ago in Isfahan.
زمان اصفهان ضد جنوب سپاهشهر زمان اصفهان ضد جنوب سپاهشهر زمان اصفهان.
The Qasima Bridge in southern Lebanon has been struck by the IDF. That came after, again, I showed you guys those reports just a little bit ago of them issuing evacuation orders. And they did end up striking that bridge shortly after. Again, about an hour or two later, they struck that bridge. I believe we have some footage from that as well that I can show you guys here shortly. 12 hours ago, Iran's parliament speaker says the country will strike Gulf oil facilities and critical infrastructure if the U.S. carries out its threat to hit Iranian power plants. Roughly 36 hours remain on President Trump's ultimatum. That was 12 hours ago. So, again, we're kind of getting down to like the 24, about 24 hours here, again, until that ultimatum comes to a conclusion and we see what U.S. does here. Again, it's kind of the main focus here going forward in the next 24 hours here or so, 24 to 48 hours, is how that's going to pan out. Immediately after the power plants and infrastructure in our country are targeted, the critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and oil facilities throughout the region will be considered legitimate targets and will be destroyed in an irreversible manner. Again, that's coming from Iran, just 12 hours ago. 14 hours ago, actually, is when they posted that. That was right after Trump's statements that he made. 12 hours ago, central Israel came under another attack. The 7th attack from Iran since midnight. All right? In central Israel. That was 12 hours ago. Got this footage here. Again, the IDF did what they said they would do, destroying the Qasima bridge in southern Lebanon. Let's take a look at this video here. Pretty crazy footage, actually, that we got from this bridge. Let's take a look. You know what's interesting there is it almost looked like secondary explosions at this bridge. So you can hear the incoming jet. So, notice that you don't see an incoming munition, okay? I actually put up a clip of some strikes that we saw in Beirut over the past few weeks on my channel. I had a bunch of people commenting about not being able to see the munitions hitting the buildings. A lot of people were saying, it looked like pre-planned demolitions, like you would see, like when they implode a building or when they demolish a building. I have a whole video on this coming to you guys pretty quick here. I'll be putting that out probably in the next week or so here. Keep an eye on that video. I do a technical breakdown on the science behind this. But again, let's watch this video one more time. So what's interesting here is it seems as if 2 munitions hit the bridge, but then a third seems to have exploded above the bridge. Possibly some debris or something was kicked up, and then a third incoming munition, a third or fourth incoming munition, hit some of that debris and detonated in the air above the bridge, and that's why we see that secondary explosion there. Yeah, I believe that's what happened there. So let's do a frame by frame here. Okay, so first explosion hits, right? First strike hits right here, right? Okay, blows out that side of the bridge. A second, and I believe even a third. Will it let me? Is it going to give me a hard time? It's giving me a hard time. Okay, first, second, and third. So boom, boom, and then boom, hit the bridge, right? Okay, they kick up debris into the air, and then so that was 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth comes down, and I believe kind of hit some of the debris that was in the air and detonated in the air. See right there. You notice that secondary explosion threw shrapnel all over the place. I believe that's what we're seeing. So you can see the chunks of debris flying through the air. I believe that it's possible that whatever munition that they were using as it came inbound basically just struck some of the cement and other debris that was probably flying up into the air and caused that munition to detonate. Yeah, so if you listen to the audio signature, right, you hear 3 blasts, right, that hit the bridge, but then you hear a much louder blast after. That's the blast that, again, detonated in the air there. Hear that last blast there. Yeah, I'm just spitballing here on that one. If I was to venture a guess as to what that last explosion was from, again, like debris that was kicked up as the missile was inbound to the bridge, it detonated that fourth munition. Pretty sizable blast there. They took out that bridge. Interesting stuff. We actually got another angle. How lucky are we? We got another angle of that blast on that bridge. So this video starts right after the first 3 hit, and then you see, again, kind of another explosion happen above. In fact, you can see the munition if you look closely. Right here at the tip of my mouse, you might not be able to see it. Hold on, let me, maybe this will look better. Hold on one second. Maybe this will look better. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting for my monitor here to catch up so I can see if that looks better. Yeah, that looks better. All right, so you can actually see, the munition right there. You can see the munition coming into frame right there. Actually, looks like there might be 2, but that might just be a camera artifact there. But you can see the munition here, right? And then again, it falls down onto target and explodes in this kind of debris cloud here that got kicked up. you hear that same audio signature. Same audio signature. Yep. 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 Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. 12 hours ago, Iranian professor Mohammad Marandi says Erdogan is a junior partner in the Epstein coalition. He says. An interesting statement there from the Iranian professor there, Mohammad Marandi. Shandi Richmond says, I mean, it's only flying through a couple tons of dirt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Shallow says, I have zero knowledge on this. Why does it look like it explodes in the air? Because that munition that was coming inbound struck the debris that was coming up from the initial... So the initial explosions kicked up, cement and dirt and all that stuff into the air. And that munition, again, was triggered by that cloud and detonated. I hope that answers your question. Walty, good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 12 hours ago, again, we had those reports of, again, that 7th attack from Iran since midnight. All were intercepted in Israel. "12 hours ago, Iranian state TV air quotes analyst Mohammed Ali Sinobari threatens to target global energy infrastructure, UAE fiber optic cables, and the U.S. power grid with cyber warfare." Again, I mentioned this earlier. We haven't seen these threats from any government sources. Again, this was a analyst, a air quotes analyst that doesn't work for the government directly. But again, did mention, the fiber optic cables, U.S. power grid with cyber warfare, etc., etc. Israeli Foreign Ministry shared a video of a dog being rescued from a river after running in terror from Iranian missiles. Quote, "We don't leave anyone behind. Turn your volume down or the music might deafen you." I'm not even going to play the audio here for you guys, but again, you can see it on screen here. Again, here's that same clip of that bridge being struck, and we also had some geolocation data of that bridge here as well, provided by OSINT Technical. Shout out to them. But again, here's where that bridge was located there, along that highway in Lebanon. 11 hours ago, damage from a fallen missile shrapnel in Holon, Israel, can be seen here again. Did some damage to that building. Also, 11 hours ago, we had impact sites across central Israel. This one is near Ramli. Again, it's unclear in this footage if this was a direct impact or simply fallen debris from one of those ballistic missiles. Again, we know that those are pretty large, those ballistic missiles, but again, you can see here in this video that was taken earlier today, again, some fires that have broken out from, those impact sites. Again, not sure if it's debris or if this was direct impacts. Oh, we're having some panning action here on our Beirut cam. There we go. They're bringing it back over to the hospital angle here. All right, so yeah, again, we just had our Beirut feed here. Pan around. I was looking at some of the other data I was having coming in here. Some other stuff to show you guys here shortly. NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, made a statement earlier on Iran. He says that I believe that there's a reason we went to war. In fact, actually, let me pull up. I can see if I can pull up the actual post here, coming from OSINT Technical. That was, what's the timestamp on that one? About 11 hours ago here. Let me see if I can pull that one up. The full statement there. Kind of an interesting statement given by them, though. Again, for those that don't know, NVIDIA, huge manufacturer of graphics cards and all sorts of compute power used in a lot of data centers. He said here, I believe that there was a reason we went to war, and I believe at the end of the war, the Middle East will be a more stable than before.
I was also asked, given what's happening in the Middle East, is that an area where we believe that we can expand artificial intelligence to? I believe that there's a reason we went to war, and I believe at the end of the war, Middle East will be more stable than before. And so if we were there, if we were considering it before, we should absolutely be considering it after. And so I'm 100% in on that. I was also asked, given...
Interesting stuff. 11 hours ago, from a CBS/YouGov poll, 92% of MAGA Republicans approve of Trump's military operation against Iran. Now, those poll numbers differ quite a lot when it comes to boots on the ground in Iran. If you want to know more about that, again, go watch that video that I just put up today on the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground in Iran. Again, those poll numbers are looking quite different when it comes to the idea of actual U.S. service members going into Iran on the ground. However, again, yeah, currently 92% of Republicans approve Trump's military operation against Iran. Some shrapnel impact was reported here in Holon, central Israel. That was 11 hours ago. You could see a pretty sizable crater that was left here in the street from that strike, that impact there. 11 hours ago, coming from German Chancellor Merz, says, quote, "This afternoon I discussed the situation in Iran, Israel, and Ukraine with the U.S. President Donald Trump. We agreed to remain in close contact. Our exchange will be continued soon." Here's some images of that bridge after those strikes. Again, a century-old bridge managed to withstand multiple bomb hits. Again, you can see, I mean, it's definitely damaged pretty severely, but it was not completely taken out. Again, that bridge has been there for, again, centuries. It's a very, very, very old bridge. You could see multiple craters there from those strikes. I'm sure the Israelis are probably going to hit that target again if they have not already. 11 hours ago, from Secretary Scott Bessent, again, he's the Treasury Secretary, he says, quote, "We have demolished the Iranian capabilities, and now General Kane, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, are leading a campaign to destroy all of the fortifications." Get out of here. All of the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz. Let's take a look at what he had to say here.
Again, what we have done, there has been a campaign to using military assets to soften up the Iranian fortifications along the strait. That's going to continue until they are completely demolished. And Kristen, let me tell you, whether it's this network or the mainstream press, the American people do not have good framing what is going on here. If you were to read what is happening, and I'm sure when Senator Murphy is on, he has come out and said we are losing the war. That is wrong. We have demolished the Iranian capabilities. Their air force is completely destroyed, Navy destroyed, and every day we are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz. Again,
so there you have it. There you have it again. Those statements coming from the Treasury Secretary earlier today. Interesting stuff. 11 hours ago, a wide attack on IRGC sites and missile launchers in Avaz and Bandar Abbas can be seen here in these images. Again, some smoke rising there. 11 hours ago, the IDF says it struck multiple targets in Tehran overnight, including an Iranian army training base with anti-aircraft missile storage, a defense ministry weapons production and storage site, an IRGC Air Force weapons and production site, as well as a intelligence command site as well in Tehran. Iranian authorities deploy security forces across cities due to fears of unrest. Let's take a look at this footage here.
مزدورای بیارزش همینجا وایسید آمریکا داره میرسه تا سرویستون کنه پهباد و موشک دارن میان سراغتون وقتی خامنه‌ای و لاریجانی ها رفتن جهنم شما دیگه هیچی نیستید حتی یه عددم حساب نمیشید اربابتون منتظرن به جهنم خوش اومدید خیلی زود ما مردم جشن پیروزی نهایی رو برپا میکنیم.
Interesting stuff. Again, due to fears of unrest. And again, they're deploying these security forces after Trump has given this ultimatum to strike that power grid infrastructure. If they strike that infrastructure, will that cause further unrest by the Iranian people? Is it possible that they will rise up and try to overthrow the IRGC? Again, that is the question.
مزدورای بیارزش همینجا وایسید آمریکا داره میرسه تا سرویستون کنه پهباد و موشک دارن میان سراغتون وقتی خامنه‌ای و لاریجانی ها رفتن جهنم شما دیگه هیچی نیستید حتی یه عددم حساب نمیشید اربابتون منتظرن به جهنم خوش اومدید.
Again, does that sound like Russian?
مزدورای بیارزش همینجا وایسید آمریکا داره میرسه تا سرویستون کنه پهباد و موشک دارن میان سراغتون وقتی خامنه‌ای و لاریجانی ها رفتن جهنم شما دیگه هیچی نیستید.
No, I thought for a second it sounded like Russian that lady was speaking there. American voters appear to want complete regime change in Iran while also ending the war as quickly as possible. Again, another CBS News poll came out earlier today. 92% want the end of the conflict as quickly as possible. 80% to make sure Iran's people are safe and free. 73% permanently to stop Iran's nuclear programs, and 68% to stop Iran from threatening other countries. Interesting stuff. 11 hours ago. Again, this is coming from OSINT Technical. This isn't really an argument for one side or the other in the war. It's continuing proof that the American electorate has priorities that are fundamentally opposed to reality. And that's some other stuff with post about the TSA there by President Trump earlier today. The European, get out of here. The European country of Slovenia has begun rationing fuel after panic buying driven by the Hormuz closure emptied gas stations and caused multi-hour lines to obtain petrol. This is one of many images we've seen from many countries, again, of people running on the gas stations over the past few days here. We saw that video I showed you guys the other night when we had that stream of lines at Chinese gas stations. I've seen reports out of India of fuel shortages. In China, Slovenia, quite a few countries, again, are dealing with that problem at the moment. Again, Slovenia on Sunday temporarily limited fuel purchases to tackle shortages at the pump caused in part by cross-border fueling and stockpiling due to the Iran war, raising concerns about security of supplies as the country goes to the polls. Fueling at individual service stations is limited to 50 liters per day for private vehicles and 200 liters for legal entities and private businessmen, such as farmers. The restrictions will stay in force until further notice. Again, that's coming from Prime Minister Robert Golob, announced on Saturday evening. 11 hours ago, Israel's military says Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles at Israel since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war, and about 92% have been intercepted by air defense systems, according to military spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani. Again, that's leaving about an 8% margin there of missiles that have gotten through. 11 hours ago, sirens were sounding in northern Israel as another Iranian attack took place there. 11 hours ago, this is coming from the Iraqi Najuba movement. It says, quote, "Let Trump know that all power stations in the region are within range of our missiles and drones." Again, interesting stuff. Can you guys identify these vehicles here? Can you identify the make model of these vehicles that are in this image? Interesting stuff, guys. Interesting stuff. 11 hours ago, the IRGC claims it targeted Prince Sultan Air Base, the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and Kurdish opposition group Kamala in Imad, Fateh, and Qaim with missiles and drones. That was 11 hours ago. Moving to the 10-hour mark here, Israel's flag hoisted in southern Lebanon's Shiite village of Al-Qiyam, N12 news reported. Again, that was about 10 hours ago, and we saw this image come out. Also at 10 hours ago, Ismail Esfahani says, quote, "Before Trump threatens us with the destruction of our electricity and infrastructure, it would be best if the settlers and nations hosting our enemies start charging their mobile phones and stockpiling water." Again, that was 10 hours ago. Also 10 hours ago, continuous sirens sounding on the Lebanon border following a drone infiltration into Israel there. 10 hours ago, oil prices are poised to rise Monday after last week's near four-year peak as U.S. and Iranian threats to energy facilities heighten market tensions, analysts say. Switching over to our Brent crude futures here. We're currently sitting at about 107.17 per barrel. We had a high of about 112 per barrel, again, over the past few days, past 48 hours or so. Again, it is expected at market open tomorrow for these prices to start going in the upward direction, unfortunately. Switching over real quick, let's see. We'll check our markets actually real quick. I'll take a look at those. Give me 1 second here. Again, we're in the red pretty much across the board at the moment. Again, everything is down just a touch, just a touch. Again, waits to be seen what this is going to look like tomorrow when markets open. Again, in anticipation for U.S. strikes on that power grid infrastructure and possible retaliation from the Iranians at the end of this deadline coming up. So again, I expect we're probably going to see oil go up, and we're probably going to see markets go down. Unfortunately, again, in the next 24 to 48 hours here or so, depending on which direction this goes. At the moment, though, I can tell you I only see it really going in one direction, and that is downhill. Downhill. Yes, somebody asked if Brent crude is the UK. Yes, Brent crude is the UK. Oh, hey, how about this? Hello, how are you doing? Yes, Brent crude is UK. That is UK. Brent crude oil futures is what we're looking at right here. Again, currently sitting at about 107 a barrel. Okay, I actually just split-tabbed this. How do I... There we go. There we go. My bad. Where was I? Right here. 10 hours ago. Early military assessments suggest the U.S. Made THAAD air defense systems failed to intercept Iranian missiles that hit Arad, Beit Shemesh, and Dimona. Mariv reports. Again, that was coming earlier today, about 10 hours ago. That post actually got removed. 10 hours ago, reports from Gaza. A Hamas police vehicle was attacked in the Nusayrat camp in central Gaza, with fatalities and injuries reported there on scene. You can see some image here on screen of the aftermath. The aftermath from that strike there. Project asks about rPanel being live yet. Nope, we're not live with rPanel yet, but it will be released to the public soon. Soon TM. Again, right now with kind of the tempo here, the operations tempo here, in relations to the ongoing war in the Middle East, that's kind of taken the main priority here. That's taken the front seat. And development on the rPanel has definitely slowed down a little bit since we've been working on all of this. Again, this has been the primary focus over the past few weeks here. But again, I'm hoping to get more work done on that here in the next week or two. Again, as we move closer to releasing that to the public. We actually have two projects that are technically three projects that are currently in the pipeline here that we're going to be releasing to you guys here soon. TM. 10 hours ago, Iranian president says, quote, the illusion of removing Iran from the map is indicative of desperation and helplessness in the face of the will of a history-making nation, he says. Threats and terrorism only unite the people of Iran more tightly, he said. 10 hours ago, the UAE presidential advisor says, quote, our approach is not limited to a ceasefire, but focuses on solutions that guarantee lasting security in the Gulf. The transformation of attacks by the Islamic Republic into a permanent situation is not an acceptable threat, end quote. 10 hours ago, the IDF confirmed a large-scale strike wave in Tehran area targeting core Iranian regime infrastructure, again, including a Ministry of Defense weapons production site, IRGC Air Force production facility, military base used for missile training and storage, as well as an intelligence command site that was there in Tehran as well. Ten hours ago here, breaking Saudi outlet Al Hadath reports the IRGC is funding Lebanese politicians and media personalities to run campaigns supporting Iran and Hezbollah's weapons. Very interesting development there that we noticed. Again, 10 hours ago here that was reported. Also 10 hours ago here, the Kuwaiti army said, quote, we detected 7 hostile drones within our airspace in the past 24 hours and destroyed 4 of them. Again, that was about 10 hours ago. Also 10 hours ago, IRGC threatens to destroy companies with American stakes if Iran's energy infrastructure is targeted. Again, a lot of big threats coming from Iran here in response to that U.S. ultimatum to reopen the strait. Again, IRGC says it warns it will, quote, completely close the Strait of Hormuz after Trump threatened to obliterate its power plants. So again, if they don't reopen this strait, the U.S. is saying they're going to strike Iranian power infrastructure and utility infrastructure across their country. Again, that's about 24 hours from now is when that deadline comes to an end. Keep in mind, guys, that the U.S. has a habit of basically conducting whatever operation they're going to do before the deadline's up. All right. Every time we've given a deadline, our response or our action, the U.S. action usually comes anywhere from a day to anywhere from hours to a day early, sometimes even more. Like the idea of giving when Iran had that 10-day ultimatum before the war began. The war began much sooner than that 10-day ultimatum. Right? We've seen that time and time again. They could strike tonight while I'm on. They could strike that power infrastructure this evening while I'm streaming to you guys. It could come as early as tomorrow morning. Again, if they want to keep their element of surprise, though, they will most likely strike before the exact hour in which that 48-hour deadline is set to again conclude. 10 hours ago, U.S. Ambassador to the UN to CBS. Trump will keep all options on the table to ensure achieving his goals in Iran. All options. All options. This has been a big talking point here. This has been repeated and echoed from every angle from the administration for the past week or two here. All options on the table. Keep that in mind. 10 hours ago, Treasury Secretary Bessent on lifting oil sanctions against Iran. He says, quote, that Iranian oil was always going to be sold to the Chinese. Larry, thank you so much for the membership. Highly, highly appreciated. I just saw it come up on the stream there. I think you might have already been a member, though. Question mark. Either way, thank you so much for the support. Highly, highly appreciate it. Let's take a look at what he said here, what the Treasury Secretary had to say here again. Talking about Iranian oil. I talked about this whole Iranian oil sanction thing in the video that I put out today. I have another video covering the the kind of Chinese-Russian involvement here in the region that will be coming out probably in the next week or two here. I'll have more information and kind of analysis on the greater involvement here across the region by Iran's allies, you should say.
Why is the U.S. helping to fund a country that it's currently at war with, Mr. Secretary?
Again, Kristen, why don't we have good facts here? That Iranian oil was always going to be sold to the Chinese. It was going to be sold at a discount. So which is better, Kristen? Which is better? If oil prices spiked to $150 and they were getting 70% of that, or oil prices below 100, it's better to have them where they are now. And to be clear, we had always planned for this contingency. About 140 million barrels are out on the water. In essence, we are jujitsuing the Iranians. We're using their own oil against them. We have a much better line of sight, to be clear, at Treasury when this oil goes to. If it goes to Indonesia, if it goes to Japan, if it goes to Korea, we have a much better line of sight and are able to block accounts that the oil goes into. When it goes into China, it completely gets recycled. So to be clear, that 14 billion number is grossly overstated.
There you have it. There's those statements there from Treasury Secretary Bessent. Again, on lifting those oil sanctions on Iran. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm checking something. For those watching on Twitch, stand by. The stream will come back. I'm checking if Twitch is working again yet. Nope. Still not working. Still no bueno on Twitch tonight. For some reason. I feel bad for my Twitch viewers right now. Yeah, I might have to do something about that at some point here. I might end up having to do another stream or something this evening. Yeah, big yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but Twitch, both on Twitch's platform and in my Restream platform, again, it's just saying an error, a technical issue has occurred. Try again later. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Why is the U.S. helping?
Not again. 10 hours ago, Iran's Revolutionary Guards warned that companies with the U.S. stock market ties would be completely destroyed if Iranian energy facilities are targeted. Just threat after threat coming out of the IRGC in response to the U.S.'s threat, again, of destroying their energy facilities, their power grid, specifically their power grid here. Lead Farmer says web services going funny. Earlier was SoundCloud. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Twitch is on the AWS backbone. Amazon Web Services. I'm pretty sure. Yes, Twitch is heavily integrated with AWS. Yeah, and they also utilize Cloudflare as well. There could be some some issues going on with AWS and or Cloudflare that is causing that. I got a couple messages from some other people that were also having some issues with Twitch tonight, trying to stream. It could also be the Restream platform too, having some issues. But yeah, just unfortunate that our Twitch viewers are not able to get tonight's stream. I'm going to have to figure out some way, somehow, to make it up to our Twitch audience. Apologize. 10 hours ago, breaking news. Saudi outlet Al Hadath reports the IRGC is funding Lebanese politicians and media personalities to run campaigns supporting Iran and Hezbollah's weapons. Very interesting stuff there. Again, we've seen a couple of those reports coming out today. 10 hours ago, the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations says, quote, the Revolutionary Guard funds its war efforts from Iran's infrastructure. From Iran's infrastructure. Keep that in mind. 10 hours ago, Iran says ships can only pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they coordinate with Tehran and are not linked to its adversaries. U.S., Israel, and allied vessels are excluded. Weekly transits have dropped from roughly 100 before the conflict to just 7, mostly Iranian. It says weekly transits about 100. I know that number is much greater than 100. Like, a lot greater than 100. So that's an interesting number that they put there. Yeah, we're talking about 150 per day, if not more. So they're saying weekly transits. Not sure if they're just talking about Iranian vessels here, but yeah, I mean, you're usually talking, you know, 1,000 to a couple thousand per week transiting that strait, if not more. That's a lot of oil. Yeah, it's about 130 to 150, sometimes upwards of 200 in a day, and usually about a couple thousand per week are transiting that strait. That's a lot of oil. That's a lot of cargo. Those ships are massive. They can hold a lot of cargo. Ten hours ago, UN Ambassador Mike Waltz says, quote, when asked if Trump would bomb an Iranian nuclear power plant, he said, quote, I would never take anything off the table for the president. Never take anything off the table. Again, Slovenia has begun rationing fuel after panic buying over the Hormuz closure. Emptied gas stations and created multi-hour lines for petrol. Again, big news coming out of Slovenia there. Again, they're kind of in a fuel panic over there right now. Let me know in the live chat, guys, for those tuning in tonight. First of all, if you haven't already, hit the like button below on the stream. Would highly appreciate that. But secondly, let me know, A, where you're tuning in from and what your fuel prices are looking like at this time. Would love to hear from you guys in the live chat there. Let me know. 10 hours ago, Iran's Revolutionary Guards says if Trump threatens Iran's energy facilities, the Strait of Hormuz will, quote, be completely closed. Again, reiterating those same threats they've been putting out over the last 12 to 24 hours here. 10 hours ago, 2 commercial planes, an Emirates A380 and Saudi A321 damaged on the ground at Dubai airport during a Middle East attack. Wall Street Journal reports. Speaking of aircraft, real quick, let's take a look over on our Flight Radar 24. If any of you have any aircraft call signs that I should be taking a look at, let me know in the chat. It actually does look like our P-8 Poseidon is returning to base at the moment. We got an Airbus A320 in the air at this time. We got one KC-135. Krieger says, my gas went from $2.59 to $3.19 in the past week. I have not actually checked mine nearby in a couple days, but last time it was like just around $3 a gallon, somewhere between $2.90 and $3. Bubba says, hello, Nemico. Arizona before war, $2.98, now $4.59. Sean D. Richmond says Western New York, $3.79 a gallon, up 70 cents since February. Shiloh says about a 149.9 a liter in Alberta, Canada. Ill-Minded says New Jersey probably hitting $4 tomorrow. Jasper says $12 a gallon in the Netherlands. Wow. Is that U.S. dollars or... What is your currency over there in the Netherlands? What do you call your currency in the Netherlands? What is that, like Dutch marks? I don't... What is it? What is that? The euro. Oh, you guys are using euros. Or the Dutch guilder? Is that what you call it? But I guess you guys are using the euro now from what I'm reading here. So yeah, pretty close. That's pretty close to U.S. dollars. I mean, the conversion is not too far off on that one. Naki Hardcore. Good to see you. Good to see you. It says New Zealand, in some places, petrol is over $4 per liter. People are panic buying and gas stations are running out. That is no bueno. That's no good. No good. Will Russell says $3.05 in Florida. Steak Floyd says New Jersey a few cents short of $4. Jason Christensen, good to see us, says $4.39 plus in Alaska. That's actually surprising for Alaska. I'm pretty sure you guys usually have pretty expensive fuel out there in Alaska, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. Digit says about $6.49 in LA, $5.89 in OC. Wow. Yeah, that is wild. Jesper says, yes, U.S. dollars, $2.60 a liter in euros. I see. Okay, cool, cool. Thank you for the conversion on that. I appreciate that. Lead Farmer says, Tampa, Florida was $2.90 pre-Iran fight. Now it's about $3.90, so it's gone up about $1 where you're at there. Ibanez player. By the way, one of my favorite guitar brands. Ibanez Player 238 says $5.41 for 87 in Long Beach, California. Dupai says the guild was before 2001. I did not know that. You learn something new every day, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're here for. We're learning something new every day. Every time we do one of these streams, we're learning something new. Epi Moo, good to see you tuning in tonight. Says about $6.50 in euros, a can of WD-40 once every year or so. Hell yeah. Oh, okay, I see the bicycle. That's his main mode of transportation. $6.50 a euro for a can of WD-40 seems pretty expensive though. Lead Farmer says the average price is $3.70, not $90. It did hit $2.90 for a few days. Ah, I see. Or okay, $3.90, not $2. I see what you're saying. Okay. Actually, you got me. You got me on that one. I'm still confused. Mr. 777 says inflation isn't helping the offset either. That is for sure. The only Anchi says about Oklahoma, $3.25 per gallon out there. Holy wow. Looking over Israel real quick, just trying to see if we got any other aircraft worth noting. We've got a KC-135R transiting back across here, which looks to have taken off here, actually, from this Chennai International Airport, I believe is where that took off. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, pounds. Right on, Epi. Yeah, I didn't see the difference in the character there. Pounds, not euros. Okay. Head back over to our feed here. We're going to keep going through our post here on our X feed. 10 hours ago, the UAE presidential advisor, again, says the Gulf will enhance its national capabilities, shared security, and partnership with Washington. Again, it was about 10 hours ago that statement came out. $10 hours ago, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent on Iran says sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate, he says. Let's listen in on what he had to say.
Every day we are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate, Chris.
Okay. NBC News is reporting that President Trump is considering sending troops into Iran. Will the administration...
Every day we are taking out...
Interesting stuff. This clip here, I actually had this clip in the video I put out today. Again, this is 10 hours ago. Footage captures an Israeli motorcyclist narrowly escaping death as a cluster munition, I should say bomblet from a cluster munition from an Iranian missile drops from the sky just a split second behind him. Let's take a look at this video here. Again, this was captured today, Sunday, in Israel. See, that bomblet fell not too far behind him. He was about maybe 20, actually about 30, 40 feet, I want to say. Yeah, maybe a little bit farther than that. But definitely a close call. A little too close for comfort. Mr. 777 says, I remember $80 barrels in the 2000s. Gas was like $2.99. Gallon Tech says Central Massachusetts average $3.15, $3.45 per gallon. Wow. For regular gasoline. Treasury Secretary Bessent had this to say as well in that interview today, which I should add, this was originally broadcast on NBC News and rebroadcasted by RT. RT absolutely gives zero fucks. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to rebroadcast NBC News' interview right on our channel.
NBC News is reporting that President Trump is considering sending troops into Iran. Will the administration use troops to secure the Strait of Hormuz or for any other reason, Mr. Secretary?
Again, as President Trump said during the press break yesterday when he was going out to Marine One, he's not going to give away what we're going to do. He's, as President Trump always does, he's leaving all options on the table. We had a very successful bombing campaign against the military installations at Kharg Island, the nexus for all the Iranian oil supply. You know, what could happen with Kharg Island, we'll see. And again, just to be clear, the command and control system of the Iranian regime is in chaos. This is Hitler's bunker. Hitler is dead. Himmler is dead. Goring is dead. Most of what you're seeing are lone wolf activities. The mid-range ICBM that was shot off, these 2 missiles yesterday, that's out of desperation, Kristen.
Calling it Hitler's bunker. Very interesting stuff.
NBC News is reporting that President Trump is considering...
10 hours ago, full quote, it's a threat to Israel, it's a threat to the region, and it's a threat to Europe. Mario saying you're getting upset when people call you out, but you are deliberately writing in a misleading way. Some drama, some ex-drama that was going on earlier today. 10 hours ago, coming from the Iranian prince, Reza Pahlavi, saying Iran is not the Islamic Republic. Iran's civilian infrastructure belongs to the Iranian people and to the future of free Iran. The Islamic Republic's infrastructure is the machinery of repression and terror used to keep that future from coming to fruition. Trump posts on UK Prime Minister Starmer a SNL skit earlier. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm not going to show you guys the video, but if you want to see it, it's over on our X feed here. 10 hours ago, Ibrahim Razaei, a spokesperson for the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee in the Iranian parliament, says, quote, if the electricity is cut off, water or electricity will not be available to the American bases. Again, threatening that if they cut off Iranian electricity, they're going to cut off electricity to, again, American bases and the Gulf nations as well. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, in an interview today on the Strait of Hormuz, he says, quote, we've now seen Italy, Germany, France, and a number of others commit to help with this effort, particularly since so much energy is going to Europe out of the Straits. So we are seeing our allies come around. Let's give a listen to this interview here that was on CBS Face the Nation earlier today.
Is the U.S. opening Hormuz by force or having others do it?
Well, I think it can be both. It's not necessarily mutually exclusive. I'm glad you're having NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on. I think at his urging and his leadership, we've now seen Italy, Germany, France, and a number of others commit to help with this effort.
After particularly
since so much energy is going to Europe out of the Straits. We just had the Japanese Prime Minister commit to portions of her Navy and the Japanese Navy. 80% of what's coming out of the Gulf is going to Asia. So we are seeing our allies come around, as they should. But at the same time, the president is not going to stand for this regime, as it's threatened and tried for 5 decades to hold the world's energy supplies hostage under its genocidal intent.
Is the U.S. opening Hormuz by force or...
There you have it. Mike Waltz on Iran, he said, quote, the president is not messing around. He stands, unlike his predecessors, by his red lines. And he's not going to allow this genocidal regime to hold the world's energy supplies or economies hostage. Ugh. Let's give a quick listen here. Again, this is an interview on Fox News earlier today. Let's give a quick listen to these statements that he made.
The IRGC, which we've declared a terrorist organization, along with many European...
Again, guys, I know it's unfortunate that we have to listen to some of these mainstream media outlets like Fox, CBS, NBC, and stuff, but during wartime like this, again, sometimes you have no choice, because a lot of political statements are given out directly via these mainstream news outlets here. So again, you can gain some insight into listening to, again, some of the statements made on some of these broadcasts here. So that's kind of the reason why we take a look at some of these.
The IRGC, which we've declared a terrorist organization, along with many European countries, control much of Iran's economy, control its critical infrastructure, and continue to power what's left of its war effort through this control of its critical infrastructure. So the president is not messing around. He stands, unlike his predecessors.
Hold up here. Banana OSINT, good to see you. Tuning in from X. I didn't know you could actually use the live chat over on X. Is there a freaking live chat over there? I'm just now discovering this. Hold on. I was looking at it a while ago and I didn't see a live chat. Again, I'm new to streaming on Twitch, so I'm still trying to figure out how that works. How does that work? Oh, hold on. Let's unpin that. Hold on. Where's the live? Oh, here's the live. Pin it. I'm pinning the new live because it went down and up a couple times as I tried to get Twitch working again. Yeah, how do you use the live chat on Twitch? I'm like looking at the, or not Twitch, but on X, sorry. He says, I'm on the live chat on X. Just saw your profile glowing live. Yes, we are live. I'm trying to figure out how do you access the live chat? I want to be able to like monitor the live chat on X. It doesn't even show an option for me to... It does not show an option for me to even see the live chat on X. Trying to figure it out. I pressed the comment button. It does not show an option for me to even see the live chat. It says I pressed the comment button and have the live chat option. Boy, do they make it freaking difficult to find it, though. No. Go back. What are you doing? What are you doing, profile? All right, I'm trying to figure it out right now so I could take a look at that. Hold on, maybe if I Day Trader, thank you so much for subscribing. Maybe if I open it up in a different browser where I'm not logged in, maybe then I'll be able to see it. Still cannot see it. Oh, I see it. I see it now. We're in. We're in. And I could pop out the X chat. Yeah, for some reason when you're logged in on X, it doesn't give you the option to even look at your live chat. Unless I'm completely blind and missing something here. Which I very well may be. Oh, there we go. I was zoomed in too much. You know, another thing I don't like about X's live stream, it doesn't show you, like, actively who's... It doesn't show you, like, your live view count, which is kind of dumb. I guess X isn't really meant for that sort of thing anyway, but... Alright, I digress. I have that chat open now, so I can see... I mean, I could already see it coming in through the restream, but I just wanted to take a look here. But, Banana, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Highly appreciate you stopping by. Again, I digress, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue with our ongoing coverage here. Yeah, so it's that 32 figure you see, I'm pretty sure is just how many views it's had since it went up. I don't think that's live viewers, but I could be mistaken. Again, X is a little wonky with how they display the analytics. Hell yeah. All right. Yeah, Banana, you might not be able to see everybody that's responding to you over in the YouTube chat right now. But your chats show up in the YouTube chat via the Restream bot. Hell yeah. All right. Anyway, enough of that. We're going to keep continuing on here. Again, Mike Waltz gave some more statements earlier today. I'm not going to make you guys suffer through all of those. But if you want to see them, they're over on our X feed, x.com/Nemico Network. All right, depth of a crater revealed after the IDF airstrike hit that bridge in Lebanon. I know I showed you guys the image. The image from afar off, again, still showed that bridge standing, and it didn't look like much of a crater. But up close, you could see clearly that crater is a lot bigger than it looked in those images. Again, you can see here on screen the size of that crater there. Oh, it does hold up right here. I see it now. Okay, so yeah. I didn't notice this in the other feed because I'm looking at a different screen. But yeah, over here. Well, let's can I open that in a new tab? Let me see here. Let's go over here. Oh, it does show. Okay. So I guess that is the yeah, that is the live viewers on X. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Hello, everybody that's tuning in on X. Again, this is only the second time I think I've streamed on X. When Twitch was down last time, we streamed to X. But it's cool to see you guys tuning in tonight. If you want to join in on the main live chat, we're live on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Nemico Network. You can come and join us over here. Live streaming on YouTube and join in on the live chat. But again, good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Nemico watching the Nemico streams. That's Nemicoception says Random Krieger. Indeed. Indeed. All right, we're going to continue on here. Again, CENTCOM with a fact check earlier today. False, it says. Rumors claim that the Iranian regime recently shot down a F-15 over Iran. The truth, U.S. forces have flown more than 8,000 combat flights during Operation Epic Fury. No U.S. fighter aircraft have been shot down by Iran. We do know that one F-35 was grazed by Iran, but not downed. That aircraft was able to safely land. 9 hours ago, the Israeli ambassador to Washington says, quote, I believe we need ground forces, but they should be Iranian, and I believe they are coming. Very interesting statement there, saying, but they should be Iranian, and I believe they are coming. Again, referring to the people of Iran. Iran launches 10 million royal banknote as war triggers dash for cash in Iran. Again, a 10 million royal banknote there in Iran. Iran's cue to get hold of highest ever denomination bills as U.S.-Israel strikes fuel demand for hard currency within the country. NATO chief Rutte earlier today said the good news is that 22 countries are following the president's lead on making sure we free the Strait of Hormuz. This was a statement given on Fox and Friends this Sunday. Let's give a listen here.
You know, on Friday, he had a follow-up to what you heard him saying there in the Oval Office. On Truth Social, he says this: without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. He says they didn't want to join the fight, but now that it's militarily won with very little danger for them, they're complaining about high oil prices. He called them cowards. So how does that square with what you're saying now about their willingness to show up?
Yes, well, again, the good news is that these 22 countries are following the president's lead on making sure that we free up the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the military campaign is still ongoing, so that's why we are working now, these countries together, and also with the US to make sure that we assess what, when, and how we can do this. But let me also say this. The United States has been planning for this for weeks. For obvious reasons, because of security, it was impossible to share that knowledge with allies, because that would then have prevented the effect of the first attack, because there was a risk always of leaking. So I totally understand why the US was not able to share this with allies. But at the same time, it means that European allies and partners all over the world have used the last couple of weeks to make sure that we come together, that they started planning to see what we can do collectively as allies, as partners of the United States, at the moment that's possible, for the Strait of Hormuz to open up, and therefore answering the president's call on this. And that's what I told him. I said, hey, they are following your lead, and I think that's very important. And I'm sure that we've done this before. I mean, NATO has always come together. The president was successful in The Hague with making sure that all the allies committed to the 5%. On Ukraine, it is the US providing critical intelligence support for Ukraine and weapon support for Ukraine.
So again, those statements from NATO chief earlier today on that Fox broadcast. Wes over in the aircraft channel on the Discord alerted me to a aircraft that's taken off out of Bahrain. I'm going to see if I can get a scope on that real quick. See if we can see that here. Yep, CNV512 again is a Beech UC-12M Huron. Which, let me get a fix on that real quick here. So, it's primarily used for light passenger and cargo transport, logistics, but also medical evacuation. Again, it's a variant of that C-12 Huron family, based on the Super King AR-200 series. Interesting, though. Again, it can be used for medical evacuation, but also light passenger and cargo transport / logistics. And we just saw it take off here out of Bahrain. We actually have two of them on screen. I just noticed this other one here. We got 512 and 510. Both just took off out of Bahrain and are heading over the Persian Gulf. Simultaneously, we have a KC-135R over the Persian Gulf as well. Again, this is an interesting development here. I mean, they're not equipped for amphibious landing. I don't believe. Yeah, no, they don't have amphibious landing capability. So they have to land on a runway wherever they're heading to. Which is interesting that they are heading out over the Gulf at the moment. Are we picking these up on ADSB? Let me take a look here. We are not currently picking these up on ADSB. Yeah, this is interesting. This is definitely interesting here. Again, we'll keep an eye on those. Heading out over the Gulf at the moment. Chaotic Banana, thank you so much for tuning in. Good to see you over here in the YouTube chat. Yeah, again, big shout out to everybody tuning in on X this evening. I didn't see you guys there. I see you now, though. Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, Krieger, did you get a fix on these? Krieger, are you looking at these? This is interesting here because, again, they'd have to be heading to an airport. And currently they're heading, I mean, unless they go out here, maybe land in Kuwait or up into Iraq. But what's interesting here is they are currently heading right over the Gulf. You'd think if they took off out of Bahrain, they would just kind of go up the coastline here into Kuwait and not over the Gulf. This is an interesting one. Yeah, Wes, thanks for alerting me to these. This is the first time I've seen these UC-12s up in the air. I mean, they could be being utilized for something else. But again, their primary purpose is, again, like light cargo transport, personnel transport, and then medical evacuations. That's like their three primary uses that the military uses these for. Shawnee Richmond says those two planes and then 3 Stratotankers are headed east over the Gulf just north of those two birds. Yeah, I was just taking a look at the Stratotankers. We got these guys here as well. There's another one that was over the Persian Gulf just a second ago that has gone off radar. But this is very interesting here. And actually, these are currently number 1 and number 2 tracked worldwide. So we're not the only ones that have noticed this. This is, again, kind of an interesting development here. Because, again, these have to land on a runway. So if they're heading out somewhere here, there's only one way for them to go, and that's into Iran. I don't believe there's any landing-capable ships here that they could land on at this moment. They could be heading up into Kuwait or Iraq, but then the question would be, why would they be going out over the Persian Gulf instead of just transiting up along the coastline like all of the other aircraft are doing? And they're heading in kind of an interesting direction here. Unless they've outfitted these, I mean, maybe it's possible we're getting just bad transponder data. However, unlikely. Or that they've outfitted these for some other purpose here. Yeah, and of course there's a lot of planes, as Suicide Jockey says, there's a ton of planes out over the Gulf here that we are not seeing. But again, this is a very interesting... Katie Horton asks, what type of plane is that? It's a Beech UC-12M Huron, which, again, for those that don't know, is primarily used by the military. Again, it's a land-based twin-engine turboprop, primarily used for, like light passengers, cargo, transport, logistics, stuff like that, but also medical evacuation for the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. It has a conventional landing gear, again, designed for airports and not for, like, an aircraft carrier. And they, as far as I know, there's no variants that are outfitted for an amphibious landing here. This one seems, so they seem to be kind of maybe falling into some kind of pattern here. I'm not exactly sure. We're going to keep an eye on these two aircraft, though. This is very interesting. Yeah, unless these are different, like a different variant, and we're just getting bad transponder data here, which that could be possible. I mean, even the Beechcraft 200 and 300s are, again, primarily used for, like travel or like medical evacuations, cargo, light cargo, I should say. Unless they're spotting. They could be doing some kind of spotting, maybe. Krieger says CNV 510 had originally took off from the UAE before landing in Bahrain to where it is now. He also says they are operated by the U.S. Navy's Air Logistics Office. I was tracking same. Yeah, unless they're doing some kind of maybe spotting, like something in this region, in this area here, over the Persian Gulf. Get out of here. The Nikki, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, again, this is an interesting one, and seeing if I can get any more information. As I said before, like it's mainly light passenger transport, cargo transport, high priority logistics, and or medical evacuation. That's like their primary use case for these aircraft. So for them to be out here just kind of floating around is interesting. Especially out here, over the Persian Gulf. Again, you'd think they would be over here along the coast, not right over the Persian Gulf. Sean D says their IVO where that Poseidon was earlier. No idea what they're doing. Interesting. Yes, very interesting. Krieger says, I'm doubtful of this, but they could be dropping supplies if there are any U.S. naval vessels in that area, since they are operated by the USN Logistics Office. Well, that's one of the things I was thinking as well. Now it seems that they're kind of heading this way, though. Again, possibly upwards towards Kuwait. But again, remains the question remains of why are they out here over the Persian Gulf and not over land, again, where it is arguably safer. That's where we've seen a lot of the aircraft operating. When they transit from Qatar, Bahrain, some of these areas down here, they often just go up along the coast instead of right over the Gulf. But for them to kind of come out here and hang out, and see now he's turning north again. Yeah, as Hercules says, they could be observing, and that's what I said a minute ago. They could be doing some kind of spotting. They could be observing something at the moment. Again, we did have that P-8 Poseidon out here earlier. And this is pretty much where that Poseidon was operating around, was in this area. Krieger says they aren't flying that high either. Yeah, what's their altitude at? Yeah, about 3,000 feet. This one's at about 5,000. 5.6 thousand feet. This one's climbing. This one, CNV 512 is climbing. And CNV 510 is holding at around 3,000 feet. But this one's definitely climbing currently. I mean, so we then ask the question, what's out here?
Alarm. Misgav Am. Metula.
Get some other alerts come in here in Israel. So we could also then pose the question, what is out here? And I was going to say for a second oil rigs, but you can see here we have oil rigs plotted. That's what these are. Offshore oil rigs. And they are further north off of Bahrain. They're kind of northwest of where a lot of those oil rigs are located. All the purple you see here is oil rigs. And they're up here off of Bahrain. There are some small islands in this area. Let's take a look real quick. Let's go back here. They're pretty far off Ras Tanura there. Hold on, let me yeah, they're right about here. They're right in this area here, and at least on this map here there's nothing there. However, let's go ahead and refresh. We do have quite a few vessels. So here's Bahrain. See, once we get the rPanel map, stuff like this is going to be so much easier because we'll be able to like overlay maritime. We'll have our maritime stuff overlaid right on top, or our aircraft, we can, overlay it right on top of like our maritime map, and we'll be able to clearly look and correlate. So they're hovering right around this area here. Currently out there we got some fishing vessels, another fishing vessel, another fishing vessel. Hold on, let me yeah, they're kind of falling into like a holding pattern here. They're definitely kind of circling something that's out there. And all I'm picking up here is a lot of fishing. A lot of fishing vessels. So he said, Will Russell said that it looks like they leveled off at 6,000. Yeah, we're actually back down at... Oh, yeah, so CNV 510 is also climbing. So it was at 3,000. 512 is holding, yeah, right around 6,000 feet. 510 seems to be kind of holding at 5,000 feet. But we'll keep an eye on it. He could be climbing too. Somebody asked if that's where the Pars gas field is. No. So Pars is like out here. It's right here. This is Pars right here. Yeah, Pars is in one of these facilities here. I mean, look how much oil and energy infrastructure is along this coastline. This is all petrochemical refinery and storage. All of this is. But yeah, heading back over there. Again, nothing of note is out there currently. Again, looking at the maritime map here. Again, they seem to be just circling. One is holding at 6,000. Oh, no, he's climbing. He is once again climbing. Yeah, I think they're spotting something. They're looking for something or at something. However, whatever they're using, they're doing it in infrared or thermal because it is dark there currently. So if they are spotting something, they're looking through thermal or IR. Suicide says tracking communications. Well, traditionally with these aircrafts, unless they've retrofitted something onto these aircraft, these aren't typically used for any type of signals intelligence. Unless they've retrofitted something onto these. These are typically for, as I said earlier, light passenger, light cargo, or medical transport. That's what these specific, unless they're like transponder, spoofing another aircraft, registration and aircraft type onto these aircraft, or unless they've retrofitted some kind of equipment onto these aircraft that we're not seeing here, of course. Random Krieger says, I can't find anything else about those aircraft except that the call sign CNV 510 has been seen in the Gulf since 2021. That's interesting. Aqua says it's storming there currently. Now, that's an angle I haven't thought of yet. I hadn't thought of, is weather. Taking a look at the weather there. I'm going to get the weather radar up on screen here for that area. So, yes. So this is interesting. Give me 1 second here. Let me get this, hold on, give me one moment here. Okay. So this is our weather radar right now for that area. And you can see there is kind of a storm system in that area. So not only are they flying in the dark, but they are also flying through some inclement weather. This looks to be heavy rain. There looks to be kind of a storm system there at the moment. Also, really quick. Yeah, so I'm also hearing rain coming down on our Beirut feeds right now, our Beirut cams at the moment. But what's interesting here, again, we have these storms going there. They're circling right here. Again, right off Ras Tanura, north of Bahrain. And if you look at the weather here, they're like right here. By whatever this development is here on the Doppler radar. Dinosaur says VIP personnel in Bahrain. Well, they wouldn't be out over the Persian Gulf in the midst of a possible storm in the dark. If they were transporting VIPs, they'd be off over land somewhere. This is, a pretty dangerous spot for 2 U.S. military aircraft of this size. Again, without weapons to defend themselves, or possibly even any countermeasures to defend themselves. However, I'm not sure if these Beach UC-12s maybe carry flares or any other types of countermeasures. But what's interesting here is the aircraft type, right? Where they are, where they took off from, and what they're currently doing. This 512 is still climbing. Both are still climbing, which is very interesting. Yeah, again, these are labeled military, though. U.S. Navy, specifically. These are U.S. Navy CNVs, UC-12M Hurons. I mean, unless it's a different aircraft and we're just getting a bad transponder read on, like, the aircraft type, which is highly unlikely. Possible, but unlikely for 2 separate aircraft. Again, these 2 aircraft are typically used for, as I said, passenger, cargo, or medical transport, unless they've been retrofitted to do something else. Yeah, this one's still climbing 8,000 feet. This one's 7,000 feet. Both of these are still number 1 and number 2 tracked worldwide right now. Everybody's kind of looking at these. Hercules says, I have actually worked on one of these and can confirm they have flares. Chaff and flares. So all the information I found on these, says that they don't come with standard countermeasures. It's possible that maybe it is. So it's not standard for these aircraft to be equipped with defensive systems like chaff and flares. Is it possible that they retrofitted them on here? Maybe. But again, the question is, what are they doing? Why are they there? Why are they here specifically? And of course, right now, again, we got this storm that's out there. Again, this is the radar picture. And this is what it looks like right now. This is the current radar picture right now. This is the future outlook. It's a little glitchy, but this is the storm right now. It could be that a ship or something maybe is, issuing a distress call or whatever, or maybe they're spotting something that's going on out there. But what's interesting is that they're still climbing in altitude. This one's now at 8,000 holding. This one's at... Actually, this one looks like it might be descending now. Krieger says, my guess is they may be climbing to get over the storm and later descending to do their thing. That's possible. The only and, she says, surveillance? Maybe. As I said, they could be spotting something. They could be observing something. That's possible. This guy's heading north now. And he is still up at 8,000. This one seems to be dropping down. 5,000 now. Or, yeah, to 5.9. Yeah, it could be possible that what we're seeing here are C-12 Hurons that are retrofitted for some other purpose besides cargo and medical transport. Maybe some kind of signals intelligence, maybe some kind of observation, or some kind of ISR. They definitely seem to be observing something. This guy here, he's heading out. This guy here might be heading back. I'm not sure. This one's still at 8,000. This one is, yep, definitely descending. 5,000. Dinosaur says, I don't see what purpose a King Air could have that would be better equipped than literally any other purpose-built plane for Intel. That's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. Yeah, again, there's a million purpose-built aircraft for, ISR and all sorts of purposes out here that we have at our disposal. For these two to be hanging out here, again, it's interesting, especially in a storm, in the dark, at 5 a.m. or whatever time it is right now there. Hold on, I can tell you exactly what time it is. Yeah, about almost 6 a.m. Almost 6 a.m. currently. John Holt says, distraction, and it's working. Could be. We could have we could have something else going on over here we're not looking at. Yeah, more KC-135Rs taking off, doing their thing. I saw this earlier. 34,000, 38,000. Yeah, that's definitely some transponder glitchage happening there. Yeah, as Dinosaur says, distraction from the planes that aren't on ADSB. Oh, this guy's heading north. Both of these are heading north. Yeah, very interesting, though. Let's see. Is this one still... This one's still holding at 8,000. This guy looks like he's heading back to Bahrain. Nothing on ADSB for these two aircraft at all. They could be taking a look at one of the vessels out here, possibly. Maybe something's been reported that we just haven't gotten information on yet. That is definitely possible. That's definitely possible. Timber says possibly an RC-12X. Maybe. But again, I mean, it's given us, that it's a UC-12M. That was my initial speculation, though, is that possibly we're getting like a bad transponder read on like the aircraft type, and that it could be a different aircraft that we're seeing here. Yeah, possibly like something like an RC-12, which is a Beechcraft. It is a Beechcraft, right? And there's a couple other military models of the like the Beechcraft 200, 300 series, they use for different stuff. For those that don't know, the Beechcraft RC-12 is signals intelligence. So as I said, unless Unless, like, maybe, again, they've outfitted some UC-12Ms for some other purpose, or we're getting bad transponder data, and that it's possibly like an RC-12, yeah, something like that. Something along those lines. Lex, good to see you tuning in, says, is Twitch down? Yes, Twitch is not having us tonight for some reason. Having some technical issues connecting to Twitch tonight. I'm not the only one. There's a couple people having issues with it as well. Where is... Hold on, I'm hearing aircraft, I think coming in over Beirut. However, it might be... Yeah, it might be Tel Aviv that we're hearing that out of, actually. Because I don't see anything on the radar out of Beirut. Now, this guy looks like he's heading back in. He's come down to 2,000 feet, so he's descending probably to, again, for a landing approach here at Bahrain International Airport. However, this guy, he is still holding at 8,000. He's coming back in. So again, they might have just went out to spot something, to take a look at something, and they're heading back in. Suicide Jockey says Squawk 5252. Yeah, that doesn't usually mean anything specific. Yeah, and as Timber says, yeah, like the military isn't all that transparent, and I've said that multiple times, but yeah, it's very possible that we're just not getting a clear read on the actual aircraft type here, which isn't the first time that we've seen that. However, as of late, it hasn't really been the case. I mean, as you saw earlier, we saw the P-8 Poseidon. I mean, most of the transponders have been pretty accurate lately, but that is always definitely a possibility, 100%. Again, that we could be possibly looking at a totally different aircraft here. Most likely in the Beechcraft lineup, so to speak, you know what I mean? This one has definitely piqued my interest here this evening, though. Again, this is what the weather situation is looking like, where those aircraft are flying currently. He's actually increasing altitude. He's up now at around 9,400 feet. This guy is still descending. Again, I'm guessing he's going to come in for a landing here at Bahrain International. They both could be doing that. However, he's increasing altitude. What's interesting here is if they were doing some kind of signals intelligence, you'd think they would loiter for a while, right? To scoop up communications, right? To scoop up as much signals intelligence as they could. But they came out, and as soon as they got out, they're coming right back in. From the looks of it, at least for this guy here. Which kind of, makes me lean into more of a theory that they were just kind of going out to get eyes on something and to take a look at something. Yeah, he's still climbing. He's up at 10,600 feet, so he is climbing at the moment. And this guy's holding around 2,000 feet here. Again, I think he's coming in to approach for a landing here at Bahrain International, but we'll wait and see. This guy here, though, he is still climbing. Yeah, 11,000 feet. Dinosaur asking, how's that cell doing? If you talk about the storm cell here, I can show you. So this is 556, 620. Yeah, so right now it's looking just like this. So he's turning back in a northerly direction here, northwest direction. Now showing about 11,600 feet. This guy is definitely descending. I'm almost sure he's coming in for a landing here at Bahrain International. Well, let's get a refresh on this real quick. Miss Tiger, good to see you tuning in. Says, sorry I'm late, just got home from work. No worries. We're still at our 10-hour mark on our X feed here. We've gotten sidetracked a little bit with these two aircraft that we're watching at the moment. Yeah, this guy, I think, is coming in. Oh, yep. So he came in to land at Bahrain. So he came into land. So now 512 is the only one up. He's turned back north again and is still climbing 12,750 feet at the moment. Having only one on screen, I guess, simplifies things. He's now #1 tracked worldwide. Yeah, as Krieger says, CNV 510 is off radar. I'm sure he landed there, Bahrain. He's still climbing, 13,400. Only Angie says we've been at the 10-hour mark for the last hour and a half. That is true. That is true. Don't worry. We'll get some progress chipped out of it at some point here. Give me 1 second here. Just taking a look at a couple things. Yeah, this is definitely some interesting activity here. 13,900. $14,100 feet. He is still climbing. And still climbing. Dupai asks, how high is that plane able to fly? What is the max altitude for a UC 12M Huron? Approximately 35,000 feet. It is a pressurized cabin, but about, yeah, 35,000 feet is our max altitude. We're at 14,900, almost 15,000 feet. Lucola asks, "Is that live? Sometimes it can be a glitch." Yes, I'm pretty much 100% sure this is live. Yeah, we tracked them come out. And then we've been watching them the entire time. Plus, if it wasn't live, you wouldn't be seeing these perfect turns and curves in the radar track here in the flight path. 15,400 feet he is currently at. Yeah, the other one I'm pretty sure went in and landed, which is interesting that it went back to land. I mean, it came out, and as soon as it came out, you know, it turned around and went right back in. Is he holding here at 15,000? Nope, he's still climbing. He's at 16,000 feet now. So it's almost tripled in altitude from where they were originally holding at. Miss Tiger Eye asks, is this a weather plane? No. No, it's not a weather plane. So if we're going by what it's saying here on flight radar for the aircraft type, this is typically used for light cargo transport, personnel transport, or medical evacuation. However, it's possible that we're not seeing the exact aircraft type here. This is inaccurate. There are other Beechcraft like 200, 300 models that the military uses that can be outfitted for different things. So again, yeah, it's very possible that this is a different variant, or that, you know, they're just using this aircraft for something, observing something or doing something out here. If this is something that's outfitted for signals intelligence, you'll see it hovering here for a while, which is interesting because the other one, it went out and then went right back. For something that's gathering signals intelligence, you want it to loiter for a while so it can, scoop up. It could soak up all of that signals intelligence over a period of time. So it's interesting that the other one went in, it went out, did a couple laps, went right back in and landed at Bahrain International. Yeah, definitely sus. Definitely sus. Yeah, we're watching this one. It is coming down in altitude now, though. So he reached, what was that, 16,000, 17,000 feet? And he is now rapidly coming back down. Very rapidly, actually. And possibly heading back into land as well. If he is, this is a weird one. Yeah, he's still coming down rapidly. My guess is he's coming into land here at Bahrain International just like the other one did, which is interesting. They went out, did a couple laps, scoped around, and then came right back in. In the middle of this storm, I should say. This is number 2 tracked right now. Heading into Doha, Qatar. It's a cargo flight. They did a little loop-de-loop here, holding pattern for a second. Its transponder seems to be glitching out a little bit. Yeah, this guy's coming back down. And then Maddox says search and rescue. Well, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is that, possibly they're observing something or looking for something. But what's interesting is the increase in altitude and also the fact that they weren't out there for very long. They went out there, did a couple loops, and then they're heading back in. The other one already went back in, and then this one climbed to, 16,000, 17,000 feet, and then immediately came back down and is heading back into Bahrain. Miss Tiger Eye, we were looking at the marine tracking a little bit ago. Again, just looks like, fishing boats. And there's no oil rigs in that area as well. No oil tankers, and no actual offshore oil rigs. Philip asks, can you see the KC-135 that's kind of heading in that direction? Yeah, we've been watching those. I'd be interested to see if we see any reports about this at some point later. Yeah, he's dropping rapidly. Again, he's down at 4,000 feet now, coming down from 16,000, 17,000 feet. He's descended pretty rapidly here over this stretch of flight path. We'll actually take a look here, see if I've had anything pop up. if like I've had any reports, marine or naval reports, from that area on the Persian Gulf, and I have not. Boy, do we have some crazy footage to show you guys tonight, though. As soon as we get back in. We got a whole bunch of stuff to show you guys here coming out. Coming out just over the past, like, 8 to 12 hours. Just in the past few hours, we've had a bunch of crazy stuff. I feel bad for our X viewers. Every time I stopped and restarted the stream so I could retry Twitch tonight, it cut off the stream and they had to go back and find it again. My apologies. But yeah, we have a whole bunch of crazy footage and news to go over with you guys tonight as we go through our X feed here. Again, big shout out to everybody tuning in on X right now. Good to see you guys. Again, I don't usually stream to X, but tonight Twitch is giving us a hard time, so I decided I'd stream to X as well as YouTube. Again, usually we stream on Twitch and YouTube. But again, tonight Twitch is not having it. So he's back down to 2,000 feet and still descending. Again, it would be my assessment that he's coming back in here to land at Bahrain. Which, again, if this was signals intelligence, you'd think they'd be out there for longer. Because, again, when you have signals intelligence, you loiter for a long period of time. Like a signals intelligence aircraft, again, typically loiters for a long period of time to scoop up signals over, as I said, over a period of time. So it's interesting that they went out, did, a couple laps, and then came right back. And especially the change in altitude is a little weird as well. So yeah, possibly looking for something or observing something. But again, then with that as well, the change in altitude's kind of weird. Unless, as somebody had said earlier, possibly they were just trying to avoid that storm cell there. Maybe they went up over the storm cell and then came back down rapidly to come in for a landing here. Who knows? Maybe they had to go out to run some signals intelligence, but the storm was just too nuts out over the Persian Gulf, so they're calling it off and heading back in. Who knows? I mean, it does look like there's a pretty nasty little cell out there. Yeah, as RXX1230 says, looked like they found and made a positive ID on whatever was out there. Visual thermal FLIR, maybe. That's what I was saying earlier. Is, if they're utilizing, thermal optics, maybe they were just looking for something and they got a fix on whatever they were trying to ID, and then are heading back in here. Philip says KC-135 just south of Kuwait looks like it's headed in that direction. Yeah, I mean there's been the KC-135s. If you've been watching them over the past week, they're constantly transiting through this area all the time. Yeah, it definitely looks like he might be coming in. He's taking a little bit of a different approach though from 510. 510 came this way. Into land here, I believe. It looked like he came in here. Or possibly, I'm pretty sure they take off from this direction. Maybe they're landing from this direction here. In which case, that one that we saw pop off radar here might have had to go around and then land. That's possible as well. I'm guessing we're going to see him kind of come in this way. In for a landing here at Bahrain International. Don't worry, right after we're done. So yeah, he is on approach. He is on approach to land. Again, dropping altitude, about 1,425 feet. After we see him touch down, we're going to hop back over into our X feed and keep scrolling through the news here. But again, this was like our tangent this evening, was these two Beach UC-12M Hurons, which we have seen doing something. He's now number 2 worldwide tracked. Number 1 is this tanker here. Everybody's keeping an eye on this tanker. But these two were number 1 and number 2 tracked worldwide. Everybody had their eyes on these two aircraft earlier. Yeah, he is coming in for a landing approach. So I'm guessing the one that we saw go off transponder here, he swung around and then came in for a landing here at Bahrain International. And then this guy, again, is just coming in for an approach from this direction here. Very interesting stuff tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting stuff. And boy, do we got a crazy news cycle here for you guys tonight. We're about to get right back into it. We are about to get right back into it when we start going through our X feed again, so don't worry. We'll show you all that here in just a moment. Yeah, again, he is coming in for a landing here. So I think it's safe to say, again, he is landing there at Bahrain International. Very interesting activity from those two aircraft tonight. Again, they took off. They headed out. They did a couple laps. They kind of did some funky stuff, you know, raising and dropping altitude a few times. And then they immediately head right back in. Again, in the dark, in a storm, out here just north of Bahrain, just east of Ras Tanura here, off the coast in the Persian Gulf. They went out, kind of circled in this area here, and then immediately went right back into Bahrain. So possibly we'll see some information on this later. He's coming in for a landing here. Ignore this. His transponder is probably more along this runway here. Yeah, see, he just went off radar. Yep, see, so he came in for a landing there, went off radar. Sometimes it's a little inaccurate. All right, so that closes that chapter in tonight's stream. We're now going to go back into our reporting from today. Again, Iran now has, this was 10 hours ago, Iran now has less than 24 hours, actually, to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face U.S. strikes on its power plants. Again, we're at less than 24 hours now, ladies and gentlemen. Random Krieger says, spooky stuff. We'll chalk it up to that for now. Yeah, maybe we'll have more information on that later. 10 hours ago, an incoming ballistic missile was detected for southern Israel. You can see on screen here the regions that were under air raid alert at that time. Spotters at RAF UK taking a look at that B-1 Lancer. I showed you this image earlier tonight. 10 hours ago, quote, bombing Iran's nuclear power plant is not off the table, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Mike Waltz said. Again, they're talking about striking that power infrastructure, and one of those pieces of infrastructure would be nuclear power plants, which, again, could be a very dicey situation. 10 hours ago, Gulf states warned the U.S. that striking Iran's power plants could trigger attacks on regional energy and water facilities. Again, referring pretty much directly to desalination plants. Again, threatening the global economy. This is coming from Wall Street Journal, again, just 10 hours ago. Also 10 hours ago, Saudi Defense Ministry spokesperson says we have intercepted and destroyed 2 drones launched towards us. That was 10 hours ago. In a statement by Senator Lindsey Graham earlier today, he said, quote, I told the president to take Karg Island. Interesting stuff. I won't make you guys suffer through that entire interview. You guys can go over and check it out on the X feed. That's x.com/Nemico Network. 10 hours ago, the IRGC claims Israel ran out of interceptors and they can now strike any target. They also said they found the gap in southern Israel. This recent missile in Dimona has been successfully intercepted. No report of injuries. So again, more claims there by the IRGC. 10 hours ago, Hezbollah drone and rocket attack was reported on northern Israel. This comes as, again, we've been tracking quite a few attacks this evening, actually, from Lebanon into northern Israel there. 10 hours ago, loud explosions were reported across Shiraz, Karaj, and Isfahan in Iran. That was 10 hours ago. Also, significant update earlier today. Again, apparently NATO is entering the arena. Again, the good news is that 22 countries are following the president's lead on making sure we free up the Strait of Hormuz. Again, I showed you guys those statements there from the NATO chief route earlier today. Again, in those, the Secretary General of NATO, again, gave those remarks on Fox News Sunday broadcast here. Again, it looks like they possibly might get a little bit more involved here in the coming days. Again, remains to be seen, though. 10 hours ago, a video shows an exo-atmospheric interception by the Arrow 3 air defense system of the Iranian ballistic missile launched at Dimona area. You can see here in these videos, again, that missile being intercepted. Again, this is an exo-atmospheric interception, so it's above the atmosphere. That's why you see this really crazy reaction here when that missile is intercepted. Very cool stuff. And that's that same video there. Here's another clip, actually, from that same interception. Again, in space, that missile. I mean, I guess you could kind of call it space. It's exo-atmospheric, right? It's right at the edge of the atmosphere is where that's taking place. That's why you see that crazy-looking reaction when it gets intercepted. 10 hours ago, from the IDF, a terror operative in Gaza was eliminated today after posing an immediate threat and advancing attack plans against Israel. Measures were taken to reduce civilian harm, and they did take out that threat there. Again, as seen via this thermal footage from that aircraft. 10 hours ago, the IDF is leveling IRGC buildings in Tehran right now. Again, that was 10 hours ago. You can see here a strike reported there. We have a lot of footage and imagery here tonight of strikes that have been ongoing in Tehran today over the past 8 to 12 hours. We'll be getting into those here shortly. 9 hours ago, the Iranian Navy's Caspian Sea Fleet is a mangled wreck of sunken warships after Israeli forces struck their home port of Bandar Anzali. You can see here on screen some images of some of those destroyed vessels there lying in ruin in port. Again, here's some geolocation for where that port is located in correlation to, again, where those vessels were struck on the Caspian Sea. This was an interview, again, with an IRGC Navy commander, in which he said, we have missile boats and long-range missile equipment whose range cannot be mentioned, but we keep them in secret places and away from the enemy's sight, he said earlier today in that interview. Again, more statements by Senator Lindsey Graham today on Fox News. Again, if you want to watch those, you can go over and take a look at those on our X feed. 9 hours ago, from the Iranian commander, and MP, he said, quote, "They have no idea what weapons we're hiding in our warehouses. The most powerful army in the world shouldn't have to beg other countries for help, they say. Again, this is coming from the Iranians. Again, same footage that I showed you guys just moments ago here, but just from a different angle of that interception in space. Or, I should say, again, to be technical, an exo-atmospheric interception. 9 hours ago, powerful explosions were heard in Isfahan. Hold on, give me 1 second here. Let me zoom this back in. There we go. We're now back at full strength here. 9 hours ago, Iran's parliament speaker now threatens the U.S. banks in the Gulf states. Says, quote, alongside military bases, those financial entities that finance the U.S. military budget are legitimate targets. Again, another escalatory statement there given by Iran today. 9 hours ago, Israeli army chief says the war against Hezbollah is only just beginning. Again, this comes as Israel has said that strikes over the next few weeks are going to increase significantly. Keep that in mind. Iran's parliament speaker, adding to that statement about U.S. financial institutions, he said, U.S. Treasury bonds are soaked in Iranians' blood. Purchase them and you purchase a strike on your headquarters and assets, he said. Again, more footage here, again, published Sunday by Iran's, again, the IRGC, showing a surface-to-air missile appearing to just barely miss a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle operating over Hormuz Island in the Persian Gulf. Again, the IRGC have on multiple occasions claimed that they've hit these aircraft. However, we know they've only hit one aircraft so far. That's that F-35, which was not downed and was able to safely land with some moderate damage. It was able to limp back to an airstrip and land. However, again, they've proven that they can reach our aircraft. That has been confirmed. They do have at least some capability here to shoot at and even possibly hit some of our most advanced strike aircraft that we have in the airspace operating above Iran. So, again, that is definitely something to keep your eyes on here over the next coming days and weeks. 8 hours ago, Palestinians cheer as Iranian missile target Israel, though, is intercepted. This is one of many videos we've seen of situations like that, people watching these interceptions take place and cheering as they get intercepted. 8 hours ago, the British Prime Minister, Starmer, will chair a COBRA meeting over the Iran war's impact on the economy, Sky News has reported just earlier today. Also 8 hours ago, breaking, Cuba says its military is preparing for potential U.S. aggression. I know, guys, I've mentioned this a couple times in recent reports and videos. There's a reason why we have elevated Cuba's threat status to elevated in the Discord server and why it has its dedicated channel now. Again, if we see this situation develop more, it's possible that Cuba will get its own category over in the Discord server for tracking open source intelligence data on that situation. But again, this is something to keep an eye on here, probably not in the coming days, but in the coming months. Possibly after, if this situation with Iran again comes to some kind of resolution, or this war ends, it's possible that we might see more activity here in and around Cuba from the U.S. Again, that's something to keep your eyes on here. 8 hours ago, Israeli military official says Hezbollah made a strategic miscalculation within 48 hours of the war in Iran erupting. The ground operation in Lebanon is aimed at protecting northern residents and accelerating Hezbollah's disarmament. You can see again an image here on screen of a strike that occurred there in Beirut. There's been multiple strikes actually just in this neighborhood specifically. In fact, we had video footage from one night of a strike hitting this building right here, right on the kind of the other side of this building. So multiple strikes have occurred right here on this block in Beirut over the past few weeks. 8 hours ago, former National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent wants to rally members of Donald Trump's MAGA movement and ensure the U.S. president hears dissenting voices about the Iran war. He tells the Washington Post today. That was 8 hours ago. Also 8 hours ago, earlier today, IRGC base in Isfahan, Iran was struck. You can see this footage here of the, again, kind of the smoke plume there rising from where that strike occurred.
زمان اصفهان ضد جنوب سپاهشهر. زمان اصفهان.
As we continue through our X feed here, again, the sun now rises across the Middle East. Again, you can see it coming up on our feeds at the moment. This is Jerusalem, Beirut, Tel Aviv. Again, 5:35 a.m. in Tel Aviv at this time. This is also Tel Aviv here, and then of course we have another feed out of Beirut as well. So the sun is rising across the Middle East as we continue through our X feed here, getting you guys caught up on everything that's been going on in this situation here. One second here, guys. Just checking a couple posts that were sent my way. Again, for those that have posted in the Discord server, I will be showing your guys' stuff here when we get towards the end of the X feed here. We'll be taking a look at all that here, so stand by for that. Eight hours ago, overhead drone footage from United Hatzalah shows the level of destruction caused for several residential buildings. Hold on, let me see if we can get this post up. That was 8 hours ago. Hold on, let me we'll speed zoom. We'll speed zoom down here. We might have gone too far. We did go too far. What is going on here? Okay, that's 2 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Nope, that's footage we'll show later. Hold up. Where was it here? 8 hours ago. 8 hours. I'm actually not seeing this post in their feed. They might have actually removed this one, because this is that one here. All right, we'll move on. We'll move on. If I get a fix on that one, we'll come back to that. Eight hours ago, Iranian president says, quote, "The illusion of erasing Iran from the map shows desperation against the will of a history-making nation. Threats and terror only strengthen our unity. The Strait of Hormuz is open to all except those who violate our soil," he said. Again, I showed you that image of those vessels destroyed in the Caspian Sea. 8 hours ago, Tucker Carlson in a statement says, the U.S. can no longer be the sole author of the terms. We have to share power with China. Again, says Tucker Carlson. 8 hours ago, the campaign against Hezbollah has just begun. At the end of the campaign in Iran, it will be left alone and isolated. This is a prolonged campaign, and we are prepared for it. Again, now we are preparing for deepening maneuver and attacks. Again, this is more footage captured from a different angle of that same exo-atmospheric interception that we captured earlier, or that we showed you guys earlier, I should say. In a interview with Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today, he says Iran has proven again in the last 48 hours that it is the enemy of civilization, a danger to the free world, targeting children, families, and the elderly with terror missiles threatening Jerusalem's holy sites, launching long-range missiles, etc. I actually showed you guys that clip earlier tonight. That was just cross-posted there. 8 hours ago, Iran's energy minister says the country has a, quote, surplus of electricity and that citizens should not worry. Very interesting statement there. Before the war, Iran was already dealing with rolling blackouts and persistent power outages. What's going on here? Give me back. 8 hours ago, President Trump on Iran, he says, quote, "You'll soon see what happens with the ultimatum on the power stations. The outcome will be very positive. There will be a total destruction of Iran, and it's going to turn out great." Guy Manbrowski, good to see you tuning in, says exo-atmospheric as in a space bomb. It was just basically a interception of a incoming missile, but that interception took place basically at the edge of the atmosphere. You could say space, but technically I don't think it's considered space yet at that point. It's exo-atmospheric, so it's, again, right between where space technically starts and where the atmosphere ends, right in that middle ground there. Low orbit, you could say. I know there's probably a lot of scientists out there that would argue that that's not technically space, but again, exo-atmospheric would be the best way to put it. 8 hours ago, Iran sent a letter to the United Nations complaining about President Trump's threat to target its energy infrastructure. Also 8 hours ago, Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez calls for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. 8 hours ago, NATO vows to reopen Hormuz, and NATO enters the chat, keyword. NATO Chief Mark Rutte said he is absolutely convinced the alliance will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said allies are coordinating their response after weeks of planning, stressing the need to act together. 8 hours ago, the IDF spokesperson, Brigadier General Ifi Defrin, says, quote, "We expect weeks of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah." 8 hours ago, an Emirates A380 sustained damage during an Iranian attack on Dubai International Airport earlier in the conflict, coming from Wall Street Journal. Another A321 was also damaged, though this is the first time an A380 type has been damaged by enemy fire. Again, to reiterate here, no commercial planes have been downed since the start of the Iran war. However, at least 5 aircraft parked at airports have sustained damage from Iranian attacks. 2 of those included that Emirates A380 and a smaller Saudi A321. Again, were hit while at Dubai International earlier in the conflict, according to people familiar with these incidents. The Iranian foreign minister responds to Trump saying, quote, "Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Ships hesitate because insurers fear the war of choice you initiated, not Iran." The Tundra Geek, thank you so much for subscribing. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. Good to see you. He says here also, no insurer and no Iranian will be swayed by more threats. Try respect. Again, he goes on to say that freedom of navigation cannot exist in the current situation with the war. Same statements there. Again, this is the same footage of that atmospheric reaction there. Sorry, exo-atmospheric interception, I guess is the way you should put it. Those statements by the Iranian prince I showed you earlier. 8 hours ago, Iran decides to limit attacks on Saudi Arabia out of concern of provoking a Saudi military response, sources say. This comes as Iran has continued over the course of the day to launch attacks against Saudi Arabia. 8 hours ago, Channel 14 out of Israel reported President Trump will arrive in Israel soon. Again, we couldn't independently confirm that President Trump is is planning to go yet. However, we expect probably in the next few days to get more information on that. 8 hours ago, U.S. and Ukrainian delegations held a second day of U.S.-led talks in Florida, building on earlier progress with a focus on long-term security guarantees and humanitarian efforts. The U.S. side included Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Josh Grunenbaum. Channel 14 says President Trump confirms to me that he will arrive in Israel soon. I asked President Trump if he plans to come to Israel to receive the Israeli prize on Independence Day, and he says, yes, sounds like it. So again, we don't know an exact date yet. Don't know exact date yet. We haven't been able to confirm that. But again, it does look like that might be in the planning. A senior advisor to the president of the United Arab Emirates says, quote, the war must not end with yet another ceasefire. The event must conclude with the containment of the nuclear threat, the drones, the missiles, the Iranian bullying, etc. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, said today that he spoke with Saudi Crown Prince, reaffirming support for Saudi air defenses due to Iranian attacks and urging restraint, protection of energy and civilian sites, and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That was earlier today, about 8 hours ago. From Con News, Israel backs President Trump's ultimatum and is pushing for broad strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. So again, guys, it does look like we're possibly heading that way, unless Iran somehow backs down here in the coming hours. Again, it remains to be seen. We will be live streaming tomorrow, covering the end of this deadline here that they have put in place for Iran. And again, it waits to be seen what occurs. 8 hours ago, an IDF spokesperson says, quote, we have so far dropped more than 10,000 munitions. The regime is shaken, end quote. Also 8 hours ago, U.S. officials warn allies a ground operation to seize Iran's Karg Island may be unavoidable. This is coming from I-24 News. Also 8 hours ago, IDF says, quote, we expect weeks more fighting against Iran and Hezbollah. 8 hours ago, from an IDF spokesman, he says, quote, we expect to face several more weeks of fighting against Iran and Hezbollah. With each passing day, we are weakening the terror regime more and more. We will not allow the terror regime and its proxies to pose a threat to the state of Israel. Read this post here earlier, but I'll reiterate again. Again, Trump saying, basically you will soon find out what will happen with the ultimatum on the power plants. The result will be very good, he said. There will be total destruction of Iran, and it's going to work great, he says. 8 hours ago, flight restrictions in Israel apply only to outgoing flights. Incoming flights will continue at full capacity. That's coming from N12 News. 8 hours ago, from Centefender, according to a U.S. intelligence report assembled prior to the anti-government protests in early January, which was shown to President Donald J. Trump a week before the start of the Iran war, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince, again, is said to have been briefed, again, by U.S. intelligence. And it's possible that, again, they want to line him up for possibly taking over leadership in Iran if they're able to oust the IRGC. That has always been a possibility on the table, I should say, since the start of this conflict, since much before the conflict as well. 8 hours ago, Carolyn Levitt says, quote, as I said earlier this week, it's common sense for President Trump to call on our NATO allies to step up and do more to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now we're already starting to see them answer the president's call. Also 8 hours ago, Bahrain welcomed the G7 statement condemning Iran's attacks on regional countries and emphasizing the importance of energy security in the Strait of Hormuz. 8 hours ago, the U.S. officials have warned allies that they may need to launch a ground operation to capture Iran's Karg Island. Coming from I-24, still needs confirmation, guys. If you haven't seen my video about boots on the ground, go check it out. It's over on the YouTube channel. I just uploaded it today. Again, it's a great watch, and I kind of go into great detail in my analysis on that possibility, again, of troops being deployed into Iran. I'll save you guys the torture here of watching this video, but you can go check it out over on the X feed. That's x.com/Nemico Network. 8 hours ago, Iranian state media threatens that if the U.S. targets Iran's energy infrastructure, it will strike energy, electricity, and water desalination facilities belonging to the U.S. and its allies across the region. It says a target list will be published later. 8 hours ago, Iran is moving ahead with plans to charge up to $2 million per tanker to transit the Strait of Hormuz. They're looking to profit, possibly, on allowing tankers to transit through the strait there. Again, I don't see how that's going to work out for them. IRGC claims it struck Israel aerospace industries near Ben Gurion Airport and U.S. reconnaissance aircraft at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia with drones. We have not been able to confirm any of this. Again, this is another statement coming from the IRGC. Again, we haven't had any confirmed reports on if they were actually able to strike any of those targets. It's possible that they did launch these munitions in the direction of those targets, but that they were intercepted. Again, more of this repeated B-roll footage that the IRGC has been putting out over the past few weeks here. The Iranian commander and parliament member says, quote, they have zero clue what kind of weapons we are keeping in our warehouses. Again, he said that about earlier today, again, on Iranian state TV. 8 hours ago, senior American officials in recent days have told their counterparts in Israel and other countries the United States will be forced to launch a ground operation to capture Iran's Karg Island, the primary oil export terminal for the IRGC. Just in 8 hours ago, Israeli Navy intelligence reveals how a team of 4 tracked Iranian warships across the Caspian Sea, enabling an Israeli Air Force strike that destroyed 6 vessels, a naval commander center, and a maintenance facility. 8 hours ago, the IRGC warning says, quote, any U.S. strike on Iran's energy sector will trigger attacks on regional infrastructure. Have you guys noticed a pattern here that these posts are just constantly coming out today? Again, this is like the big hot topic right now. They have named some targets as well. Again, more statements from Senator Lindsey Graham on the operation there and the possibility, again, of a ground invasion of Iran's Karg Island in the northern Persian Gulf. Just 7 hours ago, UAE foreign minister says, quote, we will never be blackmailed by terrorists. That was 7 hours ago. Daryl Jones, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Says Nemico, no Twitch stream. Yeah, Twitch is having some issues this evening, unfortunately. So we're live tonight on X and YouTube. Again, not sure what's going on with that. Got a notification that there's some technical issues happening, either with the Restream platform or with Twitch. But unfortunately, we're coming at you guys only on X and YouTube tonight. Which, by the way, big shout out to everybody tuning in on X right now. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. 7 hours ago, the UAE presidential advisor says Iran's attacks on Gulf states are reinforcing its role as a central threat in regional strategy, adding that they will drive stronger security ties with Washington, calling it the cost of Iran's miscalculation. 7 hours ago, U.S. officials have cooled on backing a Kurdish rebellion or invasion inside Iran, the New York Times reports. Again, we've been talking about that over the past few weeks here. Remains to be seen what comes of that Kurdish involvement there. Again, this image here showing some of the Kurds, they are pretty heavily equipped. Let me tell you what. If you looked at images of the Kurds years ago, compared to a lot of the images we've seen them broadcasting, over the past year, they have become very much more heavily equipped. I've reported on, the fact that the CIA and other entities have, been arming them very heavily, been getting them equipment, training, knowledge, etc. Over the past few years here, especially over the past year, in prelude to kind of what we're seeing now. But you could see it right here in front of you. They are definitely a lot better equipped than they used to be. A U.S. Air Force B-52 sporting a full load of JASSM cruise missiles headed towards Iran. Again, this image was posted 7 hours ago. You can see a full load of those cruise missiles on board, ready to rock and roll. 7 hours ago, from Defender, Israel is interested in a wide-scale attacks on Iran's energy facilities and supports the recent 48-hour ultimatum issued by U.S. President Donald J. Trump, according to the Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation. Also 7 hours ago, Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says 7 drones were intercepted and destroyed over the eastern region moments ago. Again, apparently this I-24 report below is fake news. Again, Iran decides to limit attacks on Saudi Arabia. I showed you guys this one earlier, and I said right after I read that they had, again, struck in the hours following that statement. So, again, that just goes to, take that for what you will. Take that for what you will. Daryl Jones, a.k.a. Typical Kiwi. Good to see you tuning in here on YouTube tonight. Again, sorry for the Twitch stream being down tonight. And we'll be back up and running there shortly, I'm sure. Fresh IRGC threat to the Gulf states, U.S. and Israel. If you guys want to watch this full video, it's over on the X feed, x.com/Nemico Network. 7 hours ago, U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, has released new footage showing U.S. forces targeting and destroying various Iranian one-way attack drones. You can see in this footage here, again, released by CENTCOM today. Fresh off the press, again, them destroying these drones here. There's a few we hadn't seen. I mean, that's a Shahed right there. There's another Shahed right there. But there's also a few that we hadn't seen as much of, like one of those. Yeah, mostly Shahed 136s in this footage. Seven hours ago, Lebanon's prime minister says in an interview with Saudi channel Al Hadath that, quote, this war was imposed on Lebanon. Just as we were drawn into the war supporting Gaza, this time we're dragged into a war supporting Iran in retaliation for Khamenei's death. Same footage there. 7 hours ago, we got this footage in. This is a failed launch reported for an Iranian missile from the Big Danay area west of Tehran. See this footage here. Again, a ballistic missile, again, malfunctioned mid-flight. And that's what we're seeing here in this clip. Interesting stuff. 7 hours ago, the IDF destroyed a key Hezbollah crossing over the Litani River, used to move weapons and rockets from north to south Lebanon. Around 15 Hezbollah command centers were also struck in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, I should say. Again, the IDF vows to continue striking Hezbollah in Lebanon in the coming days. There's one of the graphics there that the IDF put out, again, geolocating that strike. I showed you the footage, actually, from that bridge on tonight's earlier on tonight's broadcast. 7 hours ago, Israeli Air Force conducts targeted strikes on an apartment in central Gaza. Palestinian media reports casualties there. Again, you can see some images here on screen of the aftermath of some of those strikes. 7 hours ago, in a statement from Trump, he says, quote, you're going to find out soon. It's not going to be very good. Total decimation of Iran, it's going to work out very good, he says. Again, here's that same CENTCOM footage of them striking drones. I showed you that just a few moments ago. 7 hours ago, Hezbollah claims it shot down an Israeli Hermes 450 drone over Bint Jabil with a shoulder-fired missile. The video is heavily edited. Cuts from color to black and white around the 44-second mark. The moment of impact is never shown, and it's unclear. This is, again, a lot of the same propaganda footage that we've seen coming from Hezbollah. This is typical. Again, you know, they'll put out this type of footage, and they don't ever say, you know, they don't ever actually show, again, whatever was being hit. And you can see there, they fired that missile there. And they cut to a separate clip. And you never see impact. The moment of impact is never shown. So again, it's hard to tell if this is old footage, recycled footage, or what we're actually looking at there with how much editing that they do in these clips. 7 hours ago, coming from OSINT Technical, Trump on his ultimatum to strike Iranian power infrastructure if Hormuz isn't opened. He says again, and I've mentioned this like 15 times tonight, you're going to find out soon. It's going to be very good. Total decimation of Iran. It's going to work out very good, he says. A big attack on Tehran targets continue. Israel hitting military and regime sites. Let's take a look at this footage here that we got in just about 7 hours ago, earlier tonight here in Tehran. Warning to headphone users. So yeah, this is a very intense strike that was undertaken there. Again, we have a couple clips of this footage from tonight out of Tehran. But yeah, a lot of targets hit in a very short amount of time there. Some of those blue flashes you're seeing are, again, transformers being hit. That's that arc flash that I've talked about before on the show. And you can actually see a couple seconds in, the power actually goes out here. If you notice the windows, watch the windows, you'll see the power go out. Right around the same time, we're starting to see those blue flashes, those arc flashes there. Again, pretty intense footage. One of a few clips. Yeah, 7 hours ago, OSINT Technical posted 27 hours, 25 minutes remaining. As of right now, we are, again, at about 20 hours, if my math is correct. About 20 hours or less until this ultimatum ends here. 7 hours ago, again, more wild footage. Islamic terror regime missile launches into the sky, malfunctions moments later, and crashes right back down on top of them. Believed to be near Big Daneh, west of Tehran. Let's take a look. And reported that missile failed. 7 hours ago, the IDF has used thousands of 50-year-old unguided bombs originally intended for Egyptian army bases in strikes on Iranian military targets. That's coming from Khan News. An IRGC spokesman in English to Trump said, "Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter," he said.
Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya. Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Interesting stuff. 7 hours ago, coming from Ukrainian President Zelensky, he says, quote, we are already working with Gulf countries. They are already concrete results from our units in defense. We are providing our expertise and our real support. 7 hours ago, from the Financial Times, liquefied natural gas shipments from the Gulf are projected to halt abruptly within the next 10 days. Also 7 hours ago, during a phone interview today with Israel's Channel 13, U.S. President Donald J. Trump stated about his recent ultimatum against Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. He said, quote, you'll find out what's going to happen. You're going to find out soon. It's going to be very good. Total decimation. Again, same statements that I've been reading on repeat this evening. 7 hours ago, a report from Iran. Loud, sustained noise is being reported at the Qam Fardis power station in Karaj as gas is vented from the facility, with the sound lasting around 15 minutes, possibly taking some units offline. Earlier tonight, again, Iranian state media claims they put their, quote, Hebrew department on casualty counting, claiming 1,281 Israelis killed in the recent strikes based on cemetery statistics. Should have put that math department on it instead. Again, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. 7 hours ago, the U.S. reportedly told Israel that its plans to liberate the Strait of Hormuz may take longer than it's expected. Quote, the American assessment is that this is an operation that will last for many weeks. The goal is a broad strategic change. 6 hours ago, a missile launch was detected towards northern Israel. Also, 6 hours ago, a report here, again, Mohammed al-Atta, brother of former senior Palestinian Islamic Jihad commander Baha Abu al-Attah, was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza earlier today. 6 hours ago, Iran has decided to limit its attacks on Saudi Arabia and Qatar out of concern that continued strikes could trigger a direct Saudi military response. Again, I reiterate that they put out this statement and then hours later attacked Saudi Arabia and Qatar with drones and missiles inbound to those nations there. 6 hours ago, if that will go out of the way. 6 hours ago, image of a B-52 loaded with cruise missiles headed to Iran. One of many of these same images that we've seen over the past 12 to 24 hours or so here. Random Krieger says, just like cluster munitions last week, it's all you say for a few hours, or all you see for a few hours. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's like the story of tonight's stream, is just repeating those same statements from Trump today. 6 hours ago, U.S. officials say Saudi Aramco CEO Amin Nasser will not attend the CERAWeek Energy Conference in Houston, pulling out due to the ongoing war with Iran. Confirmed, PIJ commander Abdullah Mohammed Abu al-Attah was eliminated in that Israeli airstrike in Gaza City today. Again, he's the brother of Baha Abu al-Attah, a senior PIJ commander killed by the IDF in 2019. Six hours ago, 4 IDF soldiers were lightly injured in a safety incident during operations in southern Lebanon. Another soldier was lightly injured by a drone strike near an IDF force in southern Lebanon. Big news! Big news from a big man. 6 hours ago, Kim Jong-un reappointed his head of North Korea's State Affairs Commission. Again, Kim Jong-un reappointed as head of North Korea's State Affairs Commission. This is coming from the North Korean news agency there, the state news agency there. Big news. Miss Tiger Eye says, Nemico Network, have you heard about the unknown drones that have been circling Barksdale this month? I have not. If you have any reports on that, send them over my way. I'd love to take a look. 6 hours ago, another missile launch was detected in northern Israel. You can see here on screen all of the areas that were under air raid alert at that time. That was 6 hours ago. Also, 6 hours ago, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez now has his face on Iranian missiles headed towards Israel. I actually have a video of them slapping these decals on the missile bodies here that I'll show you later. But interesting stuff. And again, they have English translations on them as well. But they basically printed off these big vinyl decals and slapped them on the side of the missile bodies. 6 hours ago, we had breaking news. The ballistic missile Iran fired toward northern Israel a few minutes ago landed inside Lebanese territory, according to military assessments. Again, that was about 6 hours ago. Also, IRGC media releases footage of what they claim is a warehouse filled with air defense missiles. The U.S. and Israel flew 23 days with nearly 0 incidents. Again, there's been speculation that this footage you're seeing here is actually AI generated. Still to be confirmed on that, though. Definitely looks a little sus. Especially because every clip is 6 seconds long. Or less. Only a couple seconds long each clip. Six hours ago, again, I posted that video. Highly recommend you guys go and check this out. It's over on the channel. It's live now. Will the U.S. invade Iran? What the OSINT actually says. Again, I hope you guys get a chance to go and check out that video. Leave a like on that video if you could when you go over there and check it out. Again, highly appreciate it. Fun fact, a fully loaded B-52 is so heavy it cannot take off with a full fuel load. When its weapons bays are maxed out, it typically departs with only about a quarter tank and refuels in the air shortly after takeoff. And boy, is this B-52 loaded to the gills with munitions. Just in 5 hours ago, an Islamic regime missile launched detected for Judea and Samaria, Palestinian population of about 3.2 million people. We had some other footage here again. Very heavy strikes reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran moments ago. Let's take a look. I believe this was the same footage I showed you guys earlier here, just skewed for some reason. Interesting stuff. 5 hours ago, the Lebanese Prime Minister, and again, I don't know why that's happening tonight. We keep having posts pop up in the middle of nowhere. X is giving me a hard time this evening. 5 hours ago, Lebanon Prime Minister says members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are present in Lebanon using forged passports. Forged passports. Keep that in mind. Central Israel, 5 hours ago. Again, many areas came under air raid alert in central Israel 5 hours ago. In an IRGC message to the Palestinians, they said, quote, "We say to you, today we are not fighting merely in defense of ourselves, nor merely to avenge our martyrs, but also in defense of the oppression suffered by the Islamic nation and the Palestinian people." That was 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, Islamic regime cluster munitions over the Palestinians in Nablus in northern Judea and Samaria. Minutes after the IRGC said it supports Palestinians, it launched ballistic missiles carrying cluster munitions towards the Palestinians. Kipcast asks, was that video of the Israeli space interception legit? Yes, and I want to say this lightly. Space interception, it's an exothermic. Sorry, exoatmospheric. Not exothermic. Exoatmospheric interception. There's probably a lot of space geeks out there that would say that that is not technically space. Extremely high altitude. At the edge of the atmosphere. Is where that interception took place. From all reports I've seen so far, it has been confirmed that that did in fact take place. However, that could change. You know how this stuff goes. I tell everybody to take almost everything that you see with a grain of salt. Yeah, again, so this strike with cluster munitions sent against Palestinians. And right before it, they put out this statement. And then literally not even minutes later, they launched these missiles towards Palestinians. Interesting stuff. One of the cluster munitions over central Israel.
Yo, تقوم. شو أنا مش تفاصيل كتير أنا ما مين. نفيلة. Yo.
Yeah, says the only Angie says NASA, FAA, and military consider it at 50 miles. Kármán line is about 62 miles. Yes, correct. So again, we don't have the exact altitude that interception took place, but some might argue that it's not exactly space yet. You wouldn't consider it a space interception. A exoatmospheric interception is the terminology that they used. As of now, this was 5 hours ago. As of now, 6 munitions landed. As of now, Israel ambulance says no injuries in Israel were reported. Not sure about the Palestinian territories. Again, that was 5 hours ago, and I showed you this video of those cluster munitions. Airstrikes reported in Karamabad, Loristan province, western Iran. You can see, again, a debris cloud there rising up above one of those strikes that occurred there this evening. Early time, we got some footage from Kiryat Gat in southern Israel showing an Iranian missile striking an open area moments ago. Must have been pretty far away because we don't hear a report. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. 5 hours ago, a failed ballistic missile launch reported in Fardiz Alborz province west of Tehran. I showed you a couple other clips of this tonight, but here's another angle of that failed missile launch. Miss Tiger, I had not seen that actually, but I will be looking into this. That was yesterday. Okay, so when we get towards the end of the X feed here, when I start going through some of the stuff you guys posted in the in the Situation Room, I will bring these up on screen and we'll take a look at that for the first time. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm just taking a look at some of the stuff that's been sent my way here. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. And just taking a look at some of the other posts that have been sent my way. Give me 1 moment here. Krieger says, Nemico Network, in other news, aviation-related, a plane struck a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport in New York City as of 15-ish minutes ago. I'm sure we'll have that in the feed here any moment. Give me 1 second here, guys. 1 second. Random Creeker says, Nemico Network, 1080p potato in the Discord, beat me to it by a minute. I'll have to take a look here in a second. Again, I'm sure that's going to be in the feed once we get upwards here towards the end. 5 hours ago, dramatic footage shows cluster munitions falling over Israel and Palestinian territories. No injuries were reported in those strikes there. Give me 1 second here. Let me put that. Let's see if we got audio here. Pretty crazy footage here of these cluster munitions. Again, same footage there. 5 hours ago, the UAE says its air defense systems are actively intercepting incoming missiles and drones launched from Iran. 5 hours ago. Also 5 hours ago, Lindsey Graham needs to be removed from the Situation Room. This is coming from U.S. Representative Nancy Mace. Again, saying Lindsey Graham needs to be removed from the Situation Room. I don't want to hear one word from a guy with no kids desperately sending our sons and daughters into war on the ground in Iran. Some pretty fierce words coming from U.S. Representative Nancy Mace earlier today. This was that same video footage I showed you earlier of those strikes in Iran. 5 hours ago, a large fragment from Iran's latest missile barrage struck a school in central Israel. Thankfully, no injuries were reported there. You can see that that large missile body there, again, on the ground near that school. Just material damage here, property damage here. Again, nobody was injured. 5 hours ago, watch footage from an IRGC site in Shiraz shows repeated secondary blasts, likely from an ammunition depot, igniting and detonating after that initial strike. Let's take a look. Five hours ago, new Treasury Secretary Bessent says the U.S. will completely wipe out Iran's fortifications along the Strait of Hormuz. Also, 5 hours ago, Senator Lindsey Graham says, could not agree more. The UAE has really risen to the occasion. So proud of all of our regional allies. Again, we had a lot of footage tonight of Tehran, again, getting struck pretty heavily. Here's that same footage I showed you a second ago. 5 hours ago, the U.S. President Donald Trump was asked about Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, saying Tehran would not be swayed by threats after Trump warned Saturday of airstrikes on power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened within 48 hours. Here's that footage I was talking about earlier, actually. Again, this is footage released 5 hours ago. Again, Iran released this footage of what it claims is its 75th wave of attacks, featuring imagery of Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez on the missiles. Give me 1 second here, guys. 1 second here. All right, okay. Let's take a look at this footage here. Preferably not with audio, because they always have a habit of using copyrighted music in their IRGC videos. Airstrikes reported on a missile city complex in Yazd, central Iran, earlier today. Earlier tonight, I should say.
یزد پشت پارک کوهستان داره میزنه. یزد
Again, here's more footage of that exo-atmospheric interception from earlier tonight. I showed you this clip earlier. 2 hours ago, U.S. Marines assigned to the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, it's the 31st MEU, conduct a gun shoot on board the America-class amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli. And then, again, that's the LHA-7, operating in the U.S. 7th Fleet area of operations while en route to the Middle East. You can see in some of these images here, again, they are doing some target practice there on board. Interesting stuff. I'm also noticing all of their M4s, again, are equipped with not only what looks to be like PEC-15s, but they also are all using cans as well. They all got suppressors. And risers from the look of it. Very interesting loadouts the Marines are using here. They are kitted out to the gills, actually. Wow. You got the IR strobes, a little helmet light there. You got the Peltors. Very interesting stuff. Always, again, it's always interesting taking a look at some of the gear that these guys are using in their loadouts. Yeah, they're all using high cuts as well, which is also interesting. Very cool, very cool. 2 hours ago, at least 6 people were injured in a stabbing incident downtown Los Angeles, California, local media reported. That was 2 hours ago. The ISW, as always, coming out with some really good reporting here and detailed analysis on statistics on some of these strikes that have been occurring in Iran. I highly recommend you guys go and check that out if you want a little bit more of a deep dive on just some of the numbers, again, being crunched there in the Middle East. 2 hours ago, the IDF has begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting Iranian terror regime infrastructure in Tehran. In Iran's Yazd missile base, again, was seen suffering a series of major secondary explosions after a series of U.S.-Israeli strikes tonight. Let's take a look. Chet, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. Thank you for stopping by. 2 hours ago, again, confirmed attack on Yazd's missile base and or underground facility as seen from southeastern Yazd, Iran. Geo-confirmed. We have that geolocation data now of where those strikes took place. Again, here's those facilities there again. Confirmed that those strikes have taken place, again, tonight in Iran. Breaking news about an hour ago. Multiple Hatzalah vehicles, a volunteer emergency medical service serving Jewish communities with rapid response care, are currently on fire in London's Golders Green area, with arson suspected, according to PM Breaking News.
Nein, keine nicht du, no. Sag dir keine nicht du, kriegst du Flagge, du, vier ambulances Flagge. Keine nicht du. Kick it on.
Again, this is suspected as an arson attack. It seems we have some CCTV footage here, actually, as well. I could say that this is not just a suspected arson attack, but this is a arson attack. I can say that with the utmost confidence. That is not a suspected attack. It is indeed a arson attack. And you can see them fleeing the scene there. Excuse me. Again, more ISW reporting about an hour ago. Highly recommend you guys go and take a look at that. Again, it shows like the levels of ballistic missiles and drones that they've been utilizing over each day and the numbers of reports. Highly recommend you go and check that out. It's good stuff, good stuff. 29 minutes ago, U.S. President Donald J. Trump said, quote, "Peace through strength, to put it mildly." That was 29 minutes ago. 29 minutes ago, reports of a serious incident at LaGuardia Airport in New York City after Jazz Airlines Flight 646, a Canadair regional jet CRJ 900, collided with a fire truck while taxiing to gate B48. Again, still waiting to get more information from that situation. Again, the plane collided into a fire truck there. Numerous injuries reported. Again, still waiting on more details to emerge. Again, here's some footage, actually, from that situation. New footage of the incident at LaGuardia Airport, New York, where the plane collided with a vehicle believed to be a fire truck in New York City. Local accounts reported numerous injuries, though exact figures remain unclear. Still waiting for more information.
The plane just tilted back.
Again, we'll keep an eye on that situation as it develops over the course of the evening. Here's another image, actually, of everybody deplaning from that plane. And it'd be interesting to know how fast they were going if that level of destruction occurred. Well, let me scroll back here. Let me scroll back here. Let me scroll back. So that's the image there. Here's some other footage here. Again, multiple fatalities and injuries after that plane collided with a fire truck at LaGuardia. Again, some other footage there. Some more ISW reporting. That's on Ukraine. Another image here of the destruction of that aircraft there. Looks like it might have knocked out the landing gear as well. New York's LaGuardia Airport is currently closed after, again, that collision there with that aircraft. And hey, look, hey, this is us right here. Wow, look at that. Would you look at that? Go ahead and refresh our feed here real quick, see if we got anything new that came in. And that is about a wrap for our X feed. I'm now going to go through some of the stuff that you guys posted. Wes posted this. I believe we've already seen this clip. Yeah, we watched this clip earlier. And this is that pretty heavy bombardment happening over Tehran earlier tonight, I should say. One second here. Take it back over here. Our feeds out of Beirut, Tel Aviv as well. Sun's rising across the Middle East at the moment. Again, keep in mind, a lot of these posts are coming from accounts. Again, take them with a grain of salt. Take all these posts with a grain of salt until all of this is confirmed. But it says, breaking: Israel launches a large-scale attack on Iranian infrastructure across Iran. A package of over 50 fighter jets are participating in the operation. West just posted this. Again, came at about 9:52 p.m., March 22nd. Look at what people are doing. I've talked about this a lot. Immediately asking Grok to fact check it. Again, interesting stuff there coming from Wes. 1080p Potato posted again about LaGuardia. We actually just looked at that post there a second ago. Miss Tiger Eye actually posted these earlier. This is about some drones that have been spotted around Barksdale. Yeah, Barksdale Air Force Base in northwestern Louisiana. It says here, military officials report that more than 12 to 15 unauthorized drones swarmed the base, which hosts the U.S. nuclear B-52 bomber fleet. The drones resisted jamming efforts with multiple waves detected over sensitive zones throughout the week. Very interesting stuff. There's another post about it as well. Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, has confirmed to ABC News that during the week of 9 to 15 March, several waves of multiple drones were spotted over the base that hosts the nuclear-capable B-52H Stratofortress. The statement goes on to say security forces observed multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones operating over sensitive areas of the installation, including the flight line, with aircraft displaying non-commercial signal characteristics, long-range control links, and resistance to jamming. This is very interesting stuff. This is actually the first time I'm hearing of this one. I might have had it in my feed at some point, and I just overlooked it. Here's another post here. It says, threat alert: drones have been spotted in the general area of Mansfield, Louisiana, conducting what officials believe is surveillance of oil fields and other infrastructure targets. Barksdale Air Force Base, 40 miles north, was locked down a couple days ago amid fears of drone attacks. The FBI has warned Louisiana law enforcement to be on the lookout for Middle Eastern males driving U-Haul in similar trailers carrying drones. It's Islam, it's Muslims. It's time to dismantle the Islamic movement in the U.S. now, they're saying. Interesting stuff. Again, it says here, early on Monday, March 9th, reports began to circulate that a shelter-in-place was ordered at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana after unidentified drones were reported hovering over the base. Again, this is really interesting stuff here. This next one coming from Wes, he just actually posted this. This is from Flight Radar 24 on X, which again verified here on X. Last recorded ground speed of flight AC-8646 was 21 knots. That is that aircraft that collided at LaGuardia. Yeah, definitely quite a lot of development here over the past few hours. That drone story, though, Miss Tiger Eye, that's definitely something major that I'm going to look into. Again, we have been tracking a myriad of domestic threats here in the States. This was posted earlier. I believe we did have this in our feed. I might have skipped over it. In fact, actually, if I scroll down, I might be able to see if I was tracking that one. I think I did have that in the feed earlier, if I'm not mistaken. It should, yeah. So, yeah, right here. So we did skip over that, unfortunately. 3 hours ago, the U.S. Department of State earlier Sunday issued a security alert calling on Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution amid the Middle East war. Again, it says, update for U.S. citizens abroad. It says, worldwide caution, security alert. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution. Event, the Department of State advises Americans worldwide, and especially in the Middle East, to exercise increased caution. Americans abroad should follow the guidance in security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Periodic airspace closures may cause travel disruptions. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. An interesting post here 3 hours ago. The Pentagon says New York Times journalists will be granted press credentials on Monday after a judge ruled the department's media restrictions unconstitutional. Very interesting there. Another post, again. This came out about 3 hours ago. Experts believe that the intermediate-range ballistic missiles used in Iran's recent attack failed against Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean were variants of the Khorramshahr 4, which could potentially reach parts of the United Kingdom. Again, it's understood that the first ballistic missile they launched, again, did fail. Or it was intercepted, sorry. It was intercepted between Thursday night and Friday by a SM-3 fired from a U.S. Navy Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, according to the Times. While the second one fell after traveling 1,190 miles, some 400 miles from the U.S.-UK military base in the Chagos Islands. So again, you can see kind of the pattern here, the distance at which some of those missiles can reach. Senate defender went on to say if such missiles were fired towards England, it would be, quote, very unlikely to hit London, one military source said. It would have to fly a long way over multiple air defense networks, and it would be very precise. Again, yeah, there's many layers of air defense between Iran and any of the European countries that they would have to get through there. Again, 4 hours ago, a contingent of 4,500 U.S. sailors and Marines is heading to the Middle East currently, including an infantry battalion landing team backed by helicopters, F-35 jets, and armored landing vehicles, officials tell the Washington Post just earlier this evening. Again, I talked a lot about this in my video that I put out today. I highly recommend you guys go and check that out. It's over on the channel now. It is live over on the channel. Again, it's a whole video on on basically the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground here in Iran. If you haven't seen it yet, highly recommend you go and check that out. Again, kind of go into the detail and the analysis there on what the possible scenarios are here. Dwarden posted this in the Situation Room earlier. Again, this is Signum pilots once again made this world cleaner. From the invaders, the Russian invaders here. This is some footage out of Ukraine, again, of some Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian targets here within Ukraine. Dwarden actually also posted a couple clips here. This one's coming from Fatux. This is some footage of Iranian ballistic missiles slamming into the city of Dimona in southern Israel. This was captured yesterday. Again, this interceptor failed to intercept this missile. And I believe we have another clip of that as well. Yes, right here. We have another clip of that as well. Take a look at this. Very close call. Krieger says, Nemico Network, something in the Situation Room for you about LaGuardia. I believe I might have already seen it, but I'll take a look. Imperial German Ball. Not sure if that's you, Krieger. I have a feeling that's Krieger. Yeah, it says here, Jazz 646 Air Canada CRJ 900 from Montreal collided with a vehicle on runway 04 while landing at LaGuardia Airport this evening. That's the same footage here that we showed here earlier. Miss Tiger Eye says, Nemico Network, I'm working to get you more info. We can maybe source the drones. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, send it my way, either in staff chat or in Situation Room or wherever it's relevant, and I could take a look a little bit deeper into that. Yeah, so a pretty interesting situation unraveling there at LaGuardia at the moment. Very interesting stuff. Let me close out of these real quick. Hold on, give me one moment here. I take a look at our flight radar real quick. See if we have any other activity worth mention. We got some KC-135Rs transiting back over from the Persian Gulf back towards Israel here at the moment. Quite a few of them, actually. Now we have some that are heading back into theater, not from Israel, but from over the Mediterranean here. Those are originating, again, here at China International Airport. I've noticed a few have been taking off from that airport there over the past few days. Especially the past, like, 12 to 24 hours, I've noticed an uptick in aircraft heading out of that airport. Got a 787-8 Dreamliner there, transiting above Jordan. And then if we look over Turkey, we have our E-3A Sentry, still running holding patterns around Batman. Krieger says that is indeed me. I had stepped out of the room when you had pulled up. No problem, no problem, no problem. I am actually going to keep this weather radar open in like my tab group for this, so that future streams we can take a look at the weather. That is one point. Again, it was interesting taking a look at those aircraft, those two aircraft that were running those holding patterns here earlier today. That very quick flight that they took. Again, still haven't seen any other information come out surrounding that. Again, Brent oil futures holding at 107.85. It waits to see how these oil markets react in the morning, guys. Again, we are less than 20 hours away from the end of this deadline here that Trump has put out against the Iranians. And it waits to be seen how that will develop. This is some FAA information again. LaGuardia is currently closed. And a major... So this is an early... These are early warnings coming out. Due to the detection of missile launches, alerts may be activated in the coming minutes. So again, these are early warnings. They have detected a launch. However, they're not issuing the air raid alerts yet. These are early warnings that have just come through. From Cent Defender, satellite imagery published by U.S. Central Command shows a before and after of the Qam turbine engine production plant near Tehran in northern Iran, which produced gas turbine engines for attack drones and aircraft components. You can see the before and after images here. Ill-Minded says, "Are you live until the deadline?" No, that would be definitely a long haul, but we will be live tomorrow, covering the situation as it develops here with this deadline. Again, we're expecting things. If things go downhill, they're going to go downhill pretty rapidly. So again, it remains to be seen how that develops. I'm hoping again that we'll be back up on Twitch, so we'll be able to broadcast both to Twitch and YouTube tomorrow. Again, no idea what happened with that tonight. Definitely some technical issues occurring there this evening. Again, LaGuardia is currently closed after that aircraft collision there. That was kind of a breaking story here tonight as we, again, came on the air with you guys. 1 second here. We're seeing Nemicoception here. So again, a lot of activity over the Middle East over the past 12 to 24 hours. This was definitely a pretty packed news cycle here. A lot of information rapidly coming out of the region. You could see everything that's been plotted here on the map. This is, again, a very, very volatile situation that's unfolding here. And there's the possibility that in the next 24 to 48 hours here, it is going to get much more volatile. Again, it remains to be seen how this develops, but we're going to be watching it closely. Keep an eye out for any other updates that we put out on the X feed or over in the Discord server. That's about going to wrap it up for tonight's report. Again, I will be going live tomorrow for our ongoing coverage of the situation here across the Middle East. And again, I hope to have a bunch of news for you guys tomorrow. Again, kind of detailing what's going on over there. Again, it remains to be seen how this is going to go down with this deadline. As I said before, when Trump gives these deadlines, he has a habit of conducting whatever strikes or whatever action he threatened like prior to the actual end of that deadline. So any action by the U.S. could actually come much sooner than that supposed deadline date or time, right? So keep that in mind. Ram Krieger says, once more, I asked 24-hour live stream when? We'll see. We'll see. At some point soon, TM. D. Howard says there are 3 live streams Nemico is doing. Indeed. Indeed. Yes. So for those that don't know, we do have the 24/7 open source intelligence streams up. I actually, just during this broadcast, I took the Ukraine one down because I gotta do a little tweak on that. But all of those will be back up and live. Right now, the 24/7 Iran War Monitor stream is up. It's currently up and live. That one's going to stay up. The Iran cam stream will possibly go back up, as well as the Ukraine War Monitor and Ukraine cam stream. That will also be going back up this evening as well. Again, I just had to take those down to do a couple minor tweaks and fixes. After I'm done with this stream here, I'll go ahead and get those put back up for you guys. But the Iran War 24/7 War Monitor stream is up right now, broadcasting on the YouTube channel. So definitely go take a look at that if you want to keep talking in the live chat and you guys want to keep, again, watching a stream to stay filled in on what's going on. I highly recommend going and checking that out. Again, we're currently live for that over on the YouTube channel. We can get a link. If we can get a link dropped to that in the YouTube chat, that would be appreciated. If one
Alarm.
of you could do that.
Kiryat Yam, Sakhnin, Carmiel,
Here are
Akko,
those alerts coming through.
Deir el-Assad, Yerka, Beit Jan,
northern Israel.
Safed City, Rosh Pina, Katsur.
Northern Israel right now. Again, so everywhere that they issued those, or at least most of the regions that they issued those early warnings, that are pushing out air raid alerts for right now. Daryl Jones says, Nemico, it's only 5:55 p.m. You have at least 2 more hours in you. Yeah, maybe where you were at. Where I'm at, it's midnight. Getting pretty late here. Getting pretty late. But yeah, as I said, we do have those other 24/7 open source intelligence streams. They are up right now if you guys want to go and take a look at those. And go join in on the live chats for those. Again, we have a whole bunch more content coming your guys' way here in the next few days. I have 3 other videos that are currently in the editing pipeline that will be uploaded to the channel over the course of the next week or 2 here, with many, many more on the way as well. We have our AI Benjamin Netanyahu video. Again, that will probably be up Wednesday. And then I have 2 others that I'll announce at a later point. Those, again, will be coming at least this week. There's probably going to be one Tuesday or Wednesday, and then one this weekend, and then one next week as well. Those 3 are already being edited and being worked on. Of course, I always leave room if we get any breaking stories that need to be covered in a video. I always leave room to work on one of those as well. But then, of course, we'll be live again tomorrow with our ongoing coverage of the war in the Middle East. Again, covering this supposed deadline here that Trump has put in place. Again, it remains to be seen how that is going to develop. If you guys have not already joined our Discord, there's a link to that in the description below. I highly recommend you go and join that server. It's open to everybody. You can join in on the community discussion over there. You can get community-sourced reporting, as well as our reporting, again, in our automated feeds that are over there. Again, it's a great place to stay up to date on what's going on. Not only the Discord, but also our X feed, x.com/Nemico Network. Again, great spot to stay filled in on everything that's going on in this war. Again, that's x.com/Nemico Network. We post 24/7 open source intelligence updates on that feed, not only curated, not only posted by us here at the Nemico Network, but also aggregated from other sources from around the web. So highly recommend you check that out. Links to everything else that you need are in the description below the YouTube live stream, or you can find anything else over on the Discord server. We have lists of open source intelligence tools over there. We have a whole bunch of resources and stuff coming your guys' way soon. I actually announced our new newsletter that we're going to be putting out. We have 2 versions of that. One is our weekly newsletter. It's like an open source intelligence breakdown newsletter that'll be free to everybody. And then we also have a daily newsletter for paying subscribers, or also YouTube channel members get it. Twitch subscribers will have access to it. Anybody that's donated or supported will have access to that as well. But those are coming soon. They're coming down the pipeline really soon. See, with this operations tempo that we've been dealing with here, with the war in Iran, with the war in the Middle East here, a lot of these other projects have kind of slowed down a little bit, our ability to continue working on them. So I'm trying my best to kind of keep up on some of those other projects. Miss Tiger, thank you so much for posting those links in the YouTube live chat. Highly appreciate it. Big shout out to everybody that tuned in on X tonight. Good seeing you guys tuning in this evening. Again, big apologies to everybody that usually tunes in on Twitch. Again, we had some technical difficulties, it would seem. I'm definitely going to look at getting those fixed for tomorrow's stream. Again, we'll be going live on Twitch. I'm also looking at, again, switching over to our own proprietary restreaming platform that I've been working on in the background in order to start streaming across many, many, many more platforms simultaneously. As of late, again, we actually, since the spawn of this this reporting that I've been doing on this YouTube channel. We've only been dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube for like the past 4 years. But I'm now looking to make the move to streaming not only on YouTube and Twitch, but also X, possibly Rumble, Facebook, literally everywhere. We're just going to get the reporting to as many sources as possible. I'll be talking about that, probably posting about it on the Discord server and possibly the YouTube page here in the coming days and weeks ahead. Too Tall, thank you so much. Highly appreciate you stopping by. Big shout out to all the mods, again, that have been keeping everything locked down here, both on the YouTube chats, but over in the Discord as well. Again, good to see you guys. Also, big shout out to anybody that supported the channel tonight, anybody that dropped super chats or got a YouTube membership. Again, really highly appreciated, and it helps out the channel a lot. Helps me continue to bring this reporting to you guys and continue to improve the quality of the content that I'm bringing to you guys as well. I think that about sums it up. Again, 24/7 open source intelligence monitoring stream for Iran is live right now over on the channel. Go hop into that if you want to continue watching something this evening. Again, that is live 24/7. I'll have the other ones coming back up here within the next few hours. I got to get those back up and running because I had to take them down for a little bit of maintenance. Those will be back up, but they've been consistently up over the past about almost a week here, I think now they've been running. 3 days to a week, somewhere in that range there. But we've been keeping those up for you guys to, again, stay updated on what's been going on, not only here in the Middle East, but in Ukraine as well, in between these live broadcasts. But as for tomorrow, again, we're aiming for about 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Might end up going live a little earlier at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But stay tuned on the Discord and the YouTube post section. That's where I'll probably announce the exact time that we're going live. But we will be back here again tomorrow, continuing our ongoing coverage of the war in the Middle East. Again, big shout out to everybody that tuned in tonight. So good to see you guys stopping by and continuing to get this reporting from us. And again, we'll be back tomorrow. I think that about sums it up. Ladies and gentlemen. Too Tall, good to see you. Miss Tiger Eye, good to see you. Krieger, thank you so much. Enigmatic, good to see you. D. Haworth, good to see you. Epi, good to see you, as always. Daryl Jones. Uranus, good to see you. Caps Lock, good to see you. Shiloh, good to see you. Chet, good to see you. To everybody. Kipcast, Rockasan, Wes Lester, Digit, Sean D. Richmond. To everybody, thank you so much for stopping by, ladies and gentlemen, this evening. We'll be back, but until next time, you're watching Nemico Network.
Nemico.